Ready?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the March 12th Board of Zoning Adjustment. And before we get started, I'd like to thank all our staff for getting things ready for us today. And what else? And also, I'd like to thank our fellow committee members who serve on this committee without any compensation other than wanting to volunteer for our city. So thank you to everyone around the table here. Thank you so much. Anna, tell us about the cases today. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm going to not briefly, it's kind of a long explanation, but I'm going to describe this hybrid meeting. We have those online. There are two categories of people who are participating in the meeting, attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are any commission members or board members who are online and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, you're going to use the raised hand function when the chair calls the case. And this is going to let city staff know that you wish to be promoted to a panelist position. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your screen with the hand icon. If you're using like the Zoom app or you're using Zoom on your computer, you're going to click that button to raise your hand. When the promotion happens, it will appear very temporarily that you have been disconnected from the meeting, but please don't panic because that is just Zoom changing you from an attendee to a panelist. You will have to accept that promotion, and then you're going to join us as a panelist, and we ask that you change your username to your legal name. This is going to help with the promotion process. If you are calling in on a phone, you cannot adjust your screen name, but you can still provide testimony, and you're going to do this by hitting the star and the number 9. At the time of promotion, you're going to turn on your camera and microphone so that we can see and hear you when it is your time to speak. And your microphone does need to be muted at all times, unless if you're like actively giving public testimony at the appropriate time. For those in person, please approach the microphone stand kind of at the corner of the room when it is time to give testimony. If you are in person, there's no need for you to also be in the Zoom meeting. Sometimes when there's multiple computer microphones on at the same time, it adds some unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions, and we want to minimize that as much as possible. For all public testimony, both in person and virtually, the following rules do apply. So the BZA secretary or their designated representative is going to identify you when it is time to speak. You're going to be sworn in under oath to provide testimony, and applicants will be given 15 minutes for their presentation. All other forms of testimony is going to be given 2 minutes if you represent a single interest, for example, like yourself, or 5 minutes if you represent an established organization, neighborhood association, homeowners association, nonprofit, etc. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over, so please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear that alarm. We ask no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. And if you wish to admit any exhibits, for example, PowerPoint presentation, photos, maps, etc., please have those ready on a jump drive or ready to share your screen when you're giving public testimony. If admitted, you're going to email these exhibits to the assigned planner for record-keeping purposes. And this is also a reminder that the chat box on Zoom is only for questions about the agenda or logistics about the Zoom app itself. Merits of each case cannot be discussed in the chat box. And the Board of Zoning Adjustment is going to take intermittent breaks, for example, around 10:30, 12, and 3 if the meeting lasts past 2. That concludes my overview of the meeting procedure.
Thank you so much. Before we start to review the cases, I'd like to swear in city staff who might be presenting. Anyone who with the city, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
We'll start with people in the room. On Ananiski, I do. Andy?
Andrew Clark. Game study, I do.
Okay, Larissa, she's online.
Larissa Chambi, I do.
Alec. Your full name.
All right,
That's it.
thank you. Let's turn it over to you to see about any continuances or anything else.
We've got one continuance that will be addressed at this time. This is docket item number 11, case CD SUP 2023-00020. This is for 3400 Highland Avenue. This is a request to approve a special use permit in the R 2.5 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, to allow for public and civic uses. For the reuse of the Franklin Elementary School as a community center and KCSD operations office on about 4.5 acres, generally located on the north side of East 35th Street between Highland Avenue on the east and Wayne Avenue on the west. And this is being continued to the April meeting, April 9th. And this is because they have not resubmitted plans needed to be heard by the BCA.
Is there any public or testimony out in the virtual world on these dismissals or, excuse me, continuances? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion from my fellow board members on this continuance request.
I move that docket item number 11, case number CDSUP 2023-20 be continued to the April 9th docket.
Do you have a second? Second from Mr. Gorens. Anna?
Gorence. Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
and Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Yeah, chair votes with the motion. Thank you. That matter is continued to the April 9th. Let's see here.
Okay.
Go ahead, Anna.
First item on the docket is case CD BZA 2023-00129. This is a property at 1200 West 20th Terrace. A request to approve a variance to the footprint of a detached garage, the rear setback and the placement on the street yard, plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, on about 0.1 acres, generally located at 1200 West 20th Terrace. Stephanie Seldari is the staff planner associated with this case. This matter has been heard previously. It was continued to allow for the property owner to revise the design.
And are you Mr. Lopez or you, Mr. Leon? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lopez. There are 5 people who heard your case before. We only have 4 right now. We will have a 5th around 11 o'clock. For your case to be successful, you're going to need all 4 of us to agree with your case. If one of us disagrees with your case, with only 4, then that matter will fail. So you have the right to wait for our 5th member, and she'll be here, Randy Mixdorf, in about 2 hours, or you can continue on with just the 4 of us. What would you like to do, sir? Okay, so she'll be here online around 11 o'clock, between 11 and 11:30. And when she comes online, we'll take your case right at that point. You know, as soon as we finish the case, we're on. So probably if you want to hang in the back till about 11 or 11:30, that'll be great, sir. And I'm sorry for that. She was inadvertently detained this morning. So. No worries. Stephanie, you can stay seated because I think you're number 2. Thank you, sir. And I'm sorry.
Okay, we have docket item 2. This is case CD BZA 2024-0004 for 3504 Genesee Street. This is a request to approve a special exception for the height of a fence on the north side of the lot, plus any other needed special exceptions in the R5 zoning district on about 0.3 acres, generally located at 3504 Genesee Street. Stephanie Seldari is the staff planner associated with this case. We've got the applicant in the room with us. Yep. And this is a reminder for anyone who is on Zoom who wish to provide public testimony on this particular case to please raise their hand now so we can admit you. As once the public hearing has started, no other attendees will be admitted.
Great. And you're Nathan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Thank you. State your name for the court reporter.
Nathan Marion.
Thank you, Nathan. There is a list of I'm sorry,
Ken.
anyone else in the virtual world?
No one has raised their hand.
Okay, and no one else in the room is on this case. Nathan, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. I believe they're 1 to 9.
10.
Sorry. 1 to 10 that we need to hear your case today. Can we admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie to your left.
Stephanie, can you pull down the microphone a little bit closer to you and Nathan? Just down.
And wait a second, Nathan, you can pull that microphone closer to you. That way we can have, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. So I have docket item number 2, CDBCA 2024-00004, located on 3504 Genesee Street. And the applicant is seeking a special exception for a 6-foot fence. So the subject site is located on the western side of Kansas City. The site is highlighted in yellow. All right, so a little bit of background. The applicant is seeking to split this lot. So essentially it'll go right down this way. So it won't be a T shape anymore. But now for this lot, the front yard is on 35th Street, and front yards only allow up to 4 feet in height for a fence. And so he needs a special exception to allow for the 6 feet of that fence. It's already been built, so this is what it looks like now. Right, so as I said, special exception of 2 feet to permit a 6-foot fence on the front yard of a proposed vacant lot. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, any questions of staff? Okay, go ahead.
Nathan, you're gonna put the fence in the front yard. What would be the front yard?
Once that
35th
T-shaped
Street?
lot is split, it will, I guess, technically be the front yard. It will be unimproved and we're gonna continue to live at that area. We're just splitting the lot.
You're not putting a barn or a house or a garage or anything back there then?
No, sir, not currently in the plans. I mean, we're splitting the lot to possibly in the future have that opportunity, but for right now, we're just,
Normally you can't put a 6-foot fence in the front.
yes, sir. And if we do choose to build on that lot or sell that lot, then the fence would be taken down. But for right now, we're just, we got the survey and everything to split the lot. So for that, lot split to happen, we need this variance, basically. We're not planning to build anything at this point.
Extra space.
Yes, sir.
I have a question to staff. What does the rest of 35th Street look like? Are there other houses that face 35th? Like when you're driving down, does it look like everybody's
So,
facing that way?
On this block, no. But the other blocks, maybe he can.
Yeah, so directly across the street from where the fence is, there are some houses, excuse me, to the west of where that fence is another, it's one large lot, but it's unimproved there, similar to what ours is. And that also has it's like 5 foot 8 feet, but a fence that runs the entire length of that portion.
And then what's on the east side?
That's a house that faces Genesee Street. So it faces east. So basically just some background on kind of why we built the fence. My wife and I bought this property in 2016. that entire, I guess, north-south facing extra lot, kind of the edge of the T, was just dilapidated, completely overgrown. There was already a fence there where the current fence is, and it was just overgrown with weeds, probably 20 feet high. My wife and I spent over a year clearing out that entire lot. There was a ton of construction waste, just trash, rubble, is in complete disarray. So spent a ton of time cleaning that up. After we did so, we continued to have problems with illegal dumping. I don't know if that was kind of just the neighborhood spot for a long time. But so once we worked so hard to clean it all up, it was really frustrating for us to continue to battle those issues. So we built this fence. The fence itself is 6 feet tall. It's made out of wood deck boards that are about 5 inches tall, and then has like about a half-inch gap between each stringer. So you can still see through the fence pretty well. And I think it looks good. Personally, I built it. And most of my neighbors have said the same. I actually haven't heard a single negative comment from anybody. In fact, most people said, this is awesome. I wish we would have gone with something like this. And since the fence was put up, we haven't had any issues with the dumping and things of that nature, obviously. So yeah, that's why it was erected. I didn't know at the time that that 6-foot variance, which I guess if we weren't splitting the lot, it wouldn't be an issue because it's not street facing on the front of our house. But so that's why it's there, and hopefully approve our appeal to them.
Stephanie, could we see that picture again? I think you had a picture as part of your presentation. of the
Oh,
fence.
yeah.
That's from the yard side, and then the finished side is the street facing side. So you can't see the vertical pieces, just the horizontal stringers.
And I assume if they built a house on that lot, it would need to face 35th Street because they'd have to have access to a
Yeah.
street. So they'd probably have to tear that down at some point.
Yes,
So-
ma'am.
Okay.
Board members, any other questions? Anybody?
In docket item number 2, case number 2024-4, I move that we grant the special exception for the fence height.
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project,
Thank you very
although
much.
it's already built.
Thank you. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you.
Next is docket item 3.1 and 3.2, case CD BZA 2023-00168 for 812 East Linwood Boulevard and 814 East Linwood Boulevard, whose case is CD BZA 2023-00169. This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence on the subject site, which is the 2 lots, plus any other needed special exceptions on about 0.1 acres, generally located at 812 East Linwood Boulevard and 814 East Linwood Boulevard. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. We do have 10 exhibits on this item as well. And if you are the property owner or applicant for this item, please approach the table in the center of the room, or if they're online. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to speak on this item, either in the council committee chambers or online, to please raise your hand now.
Good morning.
The applicant, David Bell, is connected. We have one other person who's raised their hand with the name of Chris.
Hey, Chris,
Hi.
are you online with us?
Yes, sir.
See- Okay, great. And Chris, are you related to the applicant, or are you taking a positive or alternate position in this case, Chris?
No, I am not the applicant. I am representing the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association as the president.
Okay, stand by just for a second. I'm going to swear both of you in. Anyone else out in the audience that you see? Anna?
No one else has raised their hand on
Okay,
Zoom.
thank you. All right, Mr. Bell and Mr. Chris, please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So again, state your name for the court reporter. Let's go with David Bell first.
Thank you. My name is David Bell. I'm attorney for the applicants and the owners of both properties.
Okay,
And
thank you.
go ahead.
And then Chris?
Yes, Chris Koch, President, Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. And yes, I do.
Okay, great. And could you spell your last name for the court reporter?
That's Koch.
Thank you, sir. And David, I assume you're going to be speaking on behalf of the owners today. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 that we need to admit for your case today. Can we admit those?
And sir, can I interrupt for 1 second? I apologize. I had indicated to Ms. Saldari, who we greatly appreciate working with us, that we were going to request a continuance this morning. I sent it by email. I apologize if there was a filing procedure that I missed. My clients are still working. We've met with the president of the Hyde Park Association, who's on today, or my clients have, and we're trying to come up with a solution that will be supported by, if we can. My request then is to continue this to April 9th if possible, and I apologize if I'm out of turn in doing it at this point, but I wanted to save the committee some time.
Sure. Board members, you okay with that? All right. So since we've not really taken any testimony, there will be no quorum established for April 9th. And board members are entertaining a motion to move this case. And remember, we need a request in docket number 3.1 and 3.2, please. Thank you.
In docket number 3.1 and 3.2, case numbers 2023-168 and 2023-169, I move that we continue this to the April 9th
9th. Right.
docket.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Mr. Bell and Mr. Koch, we will see you next month. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Your Honor, may I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Please, if that's okay. And just for my scheduling and the president of the board's scheduling, if we appear in person, does that promote our case to the front of the docket just so we know when we're approximately going to appear? Or is it just the
No.
luck of the draw in terms of the how it's
Well,
listed?
and Mr. Bell, the doc is released about 2 or 3 days before your cases are heard, but you will be in that rotation, sir. So being here in
All right.
person or virtual doesn't matter.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Someone signal to Alec. Okay. Okay,
Ready?
docket item number 4. This is case CD SUP 2024-5 for 3329 Summit Street. This is a request to approve a special use permit in the zoning districts B3-2, which is commercial, and R1.5, which is residential, to allow for outdoor storage and staging for the Main Street streetcar expansion construction project on about 1.608 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of Summit Street, also known as Southwest Traffic Way, and West 33rd Street. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant, which I believe they are online, please raise your hand now. This is also a reminder. Oh, Alec, can you stop sharing your screen?
Yes.
This is also a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this case to please raise your hand now or approach the microphone. Seeing none. We do have 9 exhibits for this case. And the applicant has been connected. Chase.
And you see no one else out there?
No one else has
Okay,
raised their
thank you.
hand or approached the microphone.
Mr. Neal, turn on your microphone and camera. Maybe you already have.
I'm trying to figure out the camera part on this thing. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right,
There you
there we
go.
go.
All right, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do, yeah.
Thank you. Steve, please state your name for the court reporter.
Chase Neal.
Thank you. And Mr. Neal, there are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to have admitted to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes, sir.
Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Alec. Go ahead. Tell us about the case, sir.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. I am presenting a CDSUP 2024 5 special use permit for the Summit Street laydown yard. Share my screen real quick. All right. So the site is generally located in Midtown. It is at the corner of West 33rd Street and Summit Street, Southwest Traffic Way. The site is split zone between B3-2 and R-1.5. And the reason I guess I'm telling you that is because we needed to do a temporary use permit for the outdoor storage use, which is not permitted in those zoning districts. So the temporary use permit was just an initial permit so that we could get the special use permit rolling. And through this code case, 88370-03 with temporary use permits, city staff has the authority to approve a temporary use permit as a special use permit and then bring it here to BZA. Moving on to the site, we have the site. This is the view looking east on Summit Street, Southwest Traffic Way. I should also mention that this construction yard, this laydown yard, is for materials for the Kansas City streetcar. This is another view looking northeast from the corner of West 34th and Summit Street. And then here's the site plan that we were provided with. So with outdoor storage uses like this, and with the special use permit, they're required to have outdoor screening as per our code. So they needed a fence all the way around the property, which is indicated by the red lines here. As per request from city staff, we asked them to have some sort of artwork or signage that tells what the laydown yard is for, so that it's, we know what's being used. The citizens can look at that and see what it's used for. So we have this streetcar banner that is going to be mounted in the middle part of the fence on each side of the fence. There are 4 entrances. As you can see, there's where it's indicated there's blue. I don't know if you can really see on there, but indicated blue is where they have fences, their entrances. They cross the sidewalks. They have driveways going in. And the yard is to be used until November 30th of this year. This is the fence that they're planning to use. It is going to be plain black in color. And it's supposed to be 6 feet tall, in accordance with our code for outdoor storage screening. And here's the sign that was proposed. It has, these 2 pictures of Casey Streetcar and just Casey Streetcar Capital Electric. With these signs and with the outdoor screening, there's technically 2 lots. If I go back to this, there are technically 2 lots here. So that means that we have to treat each lot as its own separate lot when we analyze this for variances. So we had 2 options for you. The first option being our original recommendation with the approval of the SUP for all outdoor storage, screening, and signage, which would equal out to 9 variances for the signage. There are ways to obviate this. There are ways around this to not have to have these 9 variances. But with what is provided by the applicant, this is what option 1 looks like with the outdoor storage SUP. Option 2 would be what CPC recommended, which is 1 complete variance from 88435, which is outdoor screening altogether, where basically you just say no fence. It's not needed. This is a complete variance from the code. Just figured I'd say that. So onto our variance analysis. We have 9 variances, like I said, with option 1. And since it's 2 lots, these red sections of the fence indicate where the sign will be. I mean, it would technically be across the middle part of both lots because the fence goes across those lots. But for the sake of the fact that these are two separate lots, we have to look at them separately. So we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all of those are all specifically for the sign. We have different variances based on the fact that it's split zone, so some are in B3-2 district and are subject to different standards, and R-1.5, which are subject to different standards. So moving on to each individual variance, we don't have to go through all of them in super detail, but I'm going to talk about each one. Option 1 is a sign variance of 125 square feet to the special event temporary sign, including banners. Regulation of signage not to exceed 10% of the wall area. So the wall area, or the fence area, is 750 square feet approximately. I mean, I'm doing this math based on our maps online. I'm not going out there with a ruler. So it's approximately 750 square feet, and the sign square footage, if you were to split the sign's dimensions in half and place it on the half of this lot, you get 125 square feet. That equals to 16.6% of the fence area, the wall area, which is 66% increase from the requirement of 10% of the wall area. And these kind of repeat in the B3-2 areas. So variance request B is basically the same variance, just on the other lot. Variance C, same thing on the south half of the lot, facing West 34th Street, but it's the same variance, just south of the lot. Option D, or variance request D in option 1, is for the entire sign on the southwest trafficway sign, or side of the fence. And it's the same section of code that we are holding this against. So it cannot exceed 10% of the wall area in a non-residential district. So the sign area is 250 square feet. The fence area approximately is 1,680 square feet. That's 14.8% of the wall area. So a 48% increase from the code, from what's required. Variance request E is pretty much the same as the other ones. It's not going to be exactly, spot on, because the zoning, if you remember the slide where we showed the split zoning, they're not perfect halves of each other. But, like I said, I'm not going out there and measuring it with my own ruler, so it's approximate, but it's the same variance. It's going to be a 66% increase, and it's, no matter what, it's going to be a variance to the 10% of the wall area in the non-residential district. Variance request F, this is where we get into the R-1.5 section of the context area. In R-1.5, a sign variance is only required to be 8 square feet total. This sign would be 117 square feet more than the requirement. So this is a very large variance, 1,462% from what's required. Now, I will say all of these variances could be obviated if we just removed the signage, the wording, the Capital Electric logo, and just put pictures of the streetcar on there. There's no variance for our work. So it could be obviated, all of these variants could be, and then we could still maintain using a fence and following the code using outdoor screening. Option G is the same thing as variance request E. It's 125 square feet, 117 square feet more than what's required in R-1.5. Same percentage increase. And then variance request H. This is the square foot area per lot that signs are allowed to have in an R-1.5 district. So you were allowed R-1.5 lot, 16% or 16 square feet of the lot can be covered by a sign. If you add up the 125 square feet, they both make up 250 square feet. That's 234 square feet more than 16 square feet. So it's, again, same percentage, 1,462.5% increase from what is required by code. And like I said, all of these can be obviated with just taking the wording off of the signs, because there are no variances for artwork. And the last one for option 1 being that the special event temporary sign can exceed, or the variance would be to exceed the 60-day requirement. So until the project's completion of November 30th, 2024. So the sign will be up for, I calculated this from today, so it would be 263 days from now, which is 203 more days than what is required by code. And again, this is for the sign, not the usage. So again, it's the artwork, Option 2, only one request, only one variance. It's a variance to the outdoor storage standards, removing the requirement to be screened from other zoning districts. So the site won't be screened. There will be no fence. There will be no signage, no artwork. It will remain as is currently. But this is where it gets slightly difficult, because it's a complete variance from the code. So the only way that we thought about this could be obviated was through an alternative compliance plan, where they basically remove the fence. They don't have to have it, but they have to provide the city with something else in return, such as, like was talked about in the CPC meeting, repairing sidewalks after the project's completed, or planting grass after all these construction materials have been laid on the grass for so long and it deadens the grass. Things like that, repairing damage to the site that was caused over the last 2 years of this site sitting on, of these materials sitting on the site. However, we've talked about the fact that this would be a complete variance from the code. And then moving on to our specific review criteria. I'm basically, these are the criteria that I have in my staff report. I'm going to focus on just these first 3. Does it comply with the applicable standards of the zoning development code? Yes, the special use permit does comply, except for the fact that outdoor lighting plan was not provided. Granted, we did not know that there were lights on the property until the CPC meeting, when it was brought up by public testimony. So it was talked about in the City Plan Commission meeting, where they had a condition that the applicant must change the lighting, turn it down so that it's not spilling over into the residential properties nearby. It complies, except for the fact that we don't have a photometric plan, which is required for special use permits such as this. In the interest of public convenience, will it not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood? The special use permit is for the screening of the property, so it provides limited visibility of the materials on site. It's basically whether or not you think that it is more of an eyesore to see a fence or to see the construction materials on the site. It's also temporary, so it's not, the fence will only be there for as long as the site will be there, until the 30th. And then, is it compatible with the character of the surrounding areas? Again, it's temporary, so does it really need to be compatible with the character of the surrounding area? It's temporary. It's not going to be there forever. It will provide screening for the materials. That's basically all I can say with that one. And with that, CPC recommended approval with conditions, approval of the SUP with the conditions: no screening for outdoor storage use. requiring the applicant to repair sidewalks and curbs used as driveways regardless of their previous condition, and requiring the applicant either make sidewalks usable by providing temporary sidewalks or closing the sidewalks and rerouting pedestrian traffic. The floodlights must be adjusted downward as to not provide spillover lighting into the neighboring residential properties. With that, I close my presentation, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
Do I have an opportunity to speak?
Yeah, just a second. I'm just seeing questions of staff and then we'll bring you out. Thank you.
So the option that CPC is recommending is we say they can just ignore the code? Do we have authority to do that? We're not the city council.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess we would, that's why we recommended an administrative or a adjustment, an administrative, what was it?
Alternative compliance. plan.
Alternative compliance plan.
I still don't know how we would do that. On option one with all the variances, those would all be connected to the SUP. So those would just be essentially temporary that would only go till November 30th?
Yes.
Or if we made that in the motion, that would be.
Yeah. I think so.
Any others before we ask Mr. Neal to come up?
I think this is just normal commercial construction stuff. I mean, other locations.
Mr. Neal, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Are we talking about the option 1 or option 2?
Whichever one you think we should talk about,
So-
sir.
I think we should go with option 2 based on the residents in the area. They did not like the idea of having a fence and having to look at the fence or the signage. And same with the actual property owners. They would rather just have it the way it is and maintained. And then after we're completed, getting some sidewalk replaced, some curb replaced, and making sure the yard is restored and grass grows back in the area. That's the option we would prefer to have, just based on the residents that live in the area that look at the lot every day. That's what they had requested, and the property owner agrees that that's a good option as well. The yard is being used for that large public improvement project, the Casey streetcar. So it is for the betterment of the city and the community, and it's really all I've got for it.
Well, as one board member, I do drive by that area quite often, and a 6-foot fence seems to me more of an eyesore than the current condition, which is all the poles laying flat on the grass.
So the fence isn't up? I
No.
thought you said it was up.
No.
No.
Oh, so your pictures of it were just the proposed?
Yes.
So part of that would be replanting grass, seed or sod. What's your comments on that, Mr. Neal?
Yeah, we'll remove all the gravel, all the construction debris, level out anything we've disrupted with ruts and that sense, and then we would seed and try to restore the lot to the original condition, if not slightly better, and then we would replace sidewalk anywhere that we damaged, curb, get that back to city standard, and restore the lot from there. And just so you guys know, the poles will be going up heavily over the next 3 to 4 months. So that magnitude of construction material will start to dissipate as we're able to start standing this stuff.
Did I hear correctly that it's been in its current state for 2 years?
Since the beginning of the project.
Mr. Jazz, it's been there for a long time. I had no idea what it was for till today. I had no idea. I think that sidewalk's so damaged in that area. because again, as I said, I drive by once a week going over to Costco, but it just seems like that side, that whole, to me, Mr. Neal, you wouldn't just replace a slab or two. You need to go all along 34th Street. I don't see the damage so much on Southwest Trafficway side, on the Summit side, but I definitely see it on 34th Street side and maybe 35th, which is the next street down. I'm not sure.
So the sidewalk in its current condition was damaged and not to city spec prior to us moving in. So part of our conversation was ensuring that we replaced the large sections to where our vehicles actually drove across and used as driveways. So we were prepared to take care of those sections. If we need to do a little bit more, I think we would be open to discuss it, but being responsible for all four sides of an area that we didn't disturb, we would ask to not have to be held to that standard, if possible.
I'm not sure on the four sides, but on the on the cross streets, 34th, and I'm not sure, do the trucks come in on 35th Street, sir?
The two side streets, they kind
Yes.
of drive through with
Right.
in one side, out the other side.
I'd rather have you commit to replacing that whole section on 34th and that whole section on 35th. But again, I'm just one person. Because we're granting you a variance. If we said no today, you'd have to move all that stuff.
I understand, sir. So,
Yeah.
so is the request to replace the sidewalk on both sides in lieu of the fence and the signing?
That'd be my opinion, but I'm just one board member, sir. We've
Okay.
got four other people who will vote on your case today
We
and
could-
recommend.
We could add those conditions if we did option one also.
Yes, correct.
So they would put I mean, I have a problem with us saying the council imposed this requirement and we're going to say ignore it. I don't think we've got that authority. We interpret the code. We don't,
Right.
and we grant variances to specific parts of the code, but not, you can just ignore section.
Which
I
is
don't-
option two.
Option two is ignore it.
Right.
Option one would grant all these variances, allow them to have the signage they want and the fence. And you could add conditions 2 and 3, make sure they restore the sidewalk and the grass. To me, that's,
See, to me, the
better
fence
option.
is not very pretty.
yeah, but the council decided there should be a fence on construction
Right,
sites. So
yeah.
I don't think we can second guess that. I maybe would agree, but I think that's a requirement.
And I'll
Safety feature.
jump
But
in
it's-
real quick. Policy wise, that is up to the board to make that decision. Technically speaking, this is a variance that can be reviewed. But if you don't want to, approve it, that's for policy reasons, that's a whole different circumstance. But
It's just a total variances. is what
yes,
it is.
correct. It is a
Option
complete
two is the
deviation.
total variance. Is that what you're saying?
Correct,
Not really
because
a
the
variance.
fencing
I
Yeah.
mean,
is a requirement.
the code isn't a variance.
The fencing is a requirement for these type of outdoor uses.
And I will say with option one, you can avoid a lot of the variances. Most of the first 9, if you make a condition saying that the applicant changes the signage to remove wording, to remove the logo.
Would any of those variances still be required?
No.
Okay, so all the variances would go away.
All of the signage, because all the signage variances, so A through H.
So just approve the SUP. How would that, approve the SUP requiring the fence and the
Requiring the fence,
artwork,
yes, and the signage would be changed to artwork as a condition.
and there'd be no variances?
There would be none of those extra variances.
What do you mean extra variance?
Like all the, 125 square feet on the west side of lot 1,
So it'd just be the SUP with no variances?
Right, and then also the variance to the temporary use permit time limit,
When was that?
which was the last one where it's 200, it's it's allowed for 60 days. They would be there for 263 approximately. So it'd be,
H.
that's like variance I or something.
To me, that sounds like the simpler, better option. So it would just be a picture of the streetcar.
Yeah.
Again, the residents in the area that complained initially, they do not want the fence. The property owners do not want the fence. There's concern with traffic. They don't want to look at the signage every day. So I do again ask if we could go for that option, for the residents' sake, who are not happy that we're there to begin with.
Alec, if we said the fence is not required, where does that take us?
That takes you to option 2, where you could do an alternative compliance plan. Basically, that would be the one where you say they don't need the fence, they need to repair sidewalks and grass.
Meg, you don't like that one because that seems like you're
Like we're-
usurping the code.
Stepping into the shoes of the city council.
Did she state that we were allowed, that would just be another variance?
No, there's two different options there, Mr. Neal. So option 1 was quite a few variances and putting up the fence, and option 2, I think, is no fence and you fixing the sidewalk and on 34th and 35th Street to its entirety, and then putting sod or seed or something to reposition that lot to where it was before you started 2 years ago.
And option 2 is called an alternative compliance.
Yeah.
Is that a part of the SUP provisions? Where is that in the code?
It's in the 400 series under landscaping and screening where, depending on the certain case type that you have, you can apply for an alternative compliance plan. So, maybe you have a steep facade and you can't do street trees over here, but then you plant flower boxes on the other part of your property to meet that code, but not in the exact way that it's outlined, alternative compliance.
Is that a BZA approval?
It's an administrative approval, so we were suggesting that if you went with option 2, that third Missouri case factor criteria is, could this be obviated in some sort of way? Well, we could add that component to this SUP to strengthen the need for that variance.
What variance?
The removing the fence from the outdoor storage component with
That's not
option
a
2.
variance. That's a.
The removing the fence is a variance, but then in exchange to then plant the grass or the plants after construction, that would be the alternative compliance plan.
I didn't see variance when you said option 2, but maybe I just missed it.
Yeah, I can go back to it if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah, because I couldn't pull up the staff report.
There was a staff report, but it doesn't have all these other variances in there.
I didn't see anything marked
It's
staff.
like the 5th or 6th attachment
Oh.
now.
They should be in there, but this is all the information here that I have in the presentation. But option 2, the variance would be for to the outdoor storage standards, completely removing the requirement to need a fence. And then to strengthen that variance, like Anna was saying, they would comply alternatively by the grass and the sidewalks. So if you're not complying with the fence, you are complying with a different set of conditions that obviates the need for the fence.
Board members, other thoughts on this matter?
I don't know. I feel like if I were a resident of, if this were happening in my neighborhood, and I had to pick between a fence going up for 9 months and, you know, a fresh lot with fresh sidewalks, fresh curbs, and fresh grass, like picking between the two, I'd probably pick the second.
You could have both.
Maybe.
I'm just not used to seeing an open storage site with no. Thoroughfare like Southwest Boulevard. For me, a fence is necessary, considering safety concerns, with walking traffic in and out of that. Also too, driving in the area, it was always just weird just having these random metal pieces. They had it very organized. Kudos to them for that, but it still is a construction safety concern. If that's what our code says you have to do, still add in the damage that's being done and it's sidewalk repair needed.
Quick question for staff. I don't know if this was already answered. Are we able to tie these same conditions to the other 9 variances or whatever?
Yes. And again, I want to reiterate, you don't necessarily have to have all 9 of those variances if you just make the condition that the signage be turned to artwork and remove logos and wording.
Also used to seeing this. Instructions going up. Perfect.
It's been there for 2 years. I drive by it all the time. And initially I didn't know what it was for, but now I'm going to drive by it and see a 6-foot fence that you can't see through. It's opaque. You can't see through it. It's a windscreen. So
I mean,
what?
yeah, surprising because it's
Yeah,
coming.
yeah, it's coming. Yeah. I just, it's been there for 2 years. What's another 6? It goes away November 30, if not before. So I'm saying I like Jazz's idea of fresh sidewalks and fresh grass.
That comes after November 30th.
Yeah, correct. But still, it wasn't that pretty before. And Mr. Neal already suggested that some of the sidewalks were in disrepair when they took it over. To get a whole block on, I think it's 34th and 33rd Street. I'm not sure the street numbers, but that'd be my without a fence, because the neighbors don't want a fence. They've already said that.
Those conditions 2 and 3, would those cover replacing the sidewalks that Mr. Evans is talking about, or?
The conditions for sidewalks and grass? Yes.
Would they cover the extent of what he's talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
The whole block.
they would do, if what I'm hearing is correct, they would do 34th and 33rd, the whole strip.
Yeah, right.
And then the grass would be the whole lot.
Point out too, because it was in the notes, that if we do go the route of option 2, precedent that will be set going.
Right. Yeah.
I'll try a motion if.
Okay. Sure.
I move that we approve the SUP, including the conditions 2 and 3 of replacement of the sidewalks and the replacement of the landscaping, and requiring the fence and artwork on the fence, but no signage. That cover it? And variance I. That what you were
Yes,
saying would be
yes.
needed?
The
Okay.
temporary, yes, that's the time limit.
For the time
variance.
limit, okay.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens.
All
So
right,
again,
thank you.
Ms. Moran, before they take the vote, I'm hearing the fence, yes, along with sidewalks replacement, the whole block, and for 33rd and 34th Street, along with landscaping, grass, things like that, that Mr. Neal suggested. And, well, the artwork, but yeah, the words, yep.
Can I,
Yes,
Can I
Mr.
speak
Neal,
on
go
that?
ahead.
yeah, if we're required to put the fence up, then I don't feel like we should be responsible for replacing sidewalk we didn't damage. The cost that we would incur with the signage, the fencing, we would feel like the community would be better served spending that cost on a compromise to replace more sidewalk for the city. But we've got to incur the cost of the signage and the fence. I feel we should only be responsible for the sidewalk that we've driven over and caused damage to.
Kind of seems like once you're replacing a section of the sidewalk, it's better to do the
it's-
whole thing so it all matches.
I mean, it's completely, from a visual perspective, yeah, it would look great just to replace everything, but to incur that cost when we're also incurring other costs and asking us to repair sidewalk that was damaged and out of compliance long before we arrived, I don't feel that would be fair to us as an applicant. But we would be more willing to work with that aspect if we didn't have to incur the cost of the fence and the signage. We understand we're responsible to repair the sidewalk we've damaged, but to encompass everything as well, I don't feel is fair to the applicant.
But
And-
the applicants had this there without complying for, I don't know, it seems fair to me to the applicant.
Yeah.
They've had all this stuff sitting out for a couple of years.
And if I can also add, not to be argumentative, but to continue the conversation, but all property owners, whether or not you own your own home or you own a business, is responsible for sidewalk repair.
I think you take the cover off. And it's beautiful. It's all done for the neighborhood.
And Ms. Moran, I like your ideas. Yeah, I think we have a second, Mr. Gorin, so,
Gorence.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Oh, you're right, Alec. Sorry. Calling for public testimony.
yes, sorry. Yikes. Is there public testimony on this issue? Please raise your hand in the audience,
Okay.
virtual audience.
Yeah, we have no one approaching the microphone and one person with the lowered their hand. Last call for public testimony online, username RE. They have been connected.
RE, please turn on your microphone and camera. You there? There you go. Are you
Yes.
there?
Yes. Hi, my name is Gina Anderson and I'm with Kansas City Life Insurance Company. We are the owner of the lot and
And Gina, stand by just for a second. Got to swear you in. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
yes,
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Gina Anderson.
Thank you, Gina. What's your testimony today?
So when we were approached by Capital Electric to use our lot for storage of materials to further the streetcar project, we were excited to allow them to use our lot. We believe strongly in the streetcar. We think it will benefit, our employees who can get to work easier, hopefully on the streetcar. And we signed a lease with Capital Electric. That lease does not provide us any rent. They are not paying us rent for that lot. They started using the lot and a neighbor over in Coleman Highlands complained about the outdoor storage. At the last hearing, which I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the hearing, CDC or CPC something, the neighbors came out very strongly against the fence. They don't want to look at the fence. They don't want to look at the signage. I have not talked to my superiors here at Kansas City Life, but I fear that I personally do not like the fence. Temporary fences are held down by sandbags that break, and then you have sand all over the street. I'm not crazy about the signage. again, we did this because we are trying to be good corporate citizens of Kansas City and we believe strongly in the streetcar, but the neighbors don't want the fence. I fear that when I go and tell my superiors that a fence is mandatory with all of this splashy advertising, they are not going to want it. And I am not saying that this is for sure going to happen because I don't have the authority to say this, but I fear that they will tell me, Gina, cancel the lease and tell Capital Electric to go find another lot to store their materials on. And I don't want to do that because I don't want to delay the streetcar project. Again, we're very excited about the streetcar project. I don't understand why option 2 is not being considered. The neighbors don't want the fence. We, as the owner of the lot, do not want the fence. You have the ability to agree to option 2 with additional conditions of repairing the sidewalk. Mr. Chase is correct that the sidewalk was not in great condition. He's already agreed to repair all the areas that he's damaged further by driving over those 4 drive lanes. And I think every time we come to a meeting, I was very hopeful at the last meeting that they had recommended advancing this without the fence and without the screening, because that's what the neighbors want and that's what we want. But I think that you should reconsider the motion that you've made. I do not think that is in the best interest of the streetcar project. I don't think it's in the best interest of the neighbors. And again, we're not benefiting by getting any rent from Capital Electric on this lot. We're doing it because we believe in the streetcar project, but we are strongly opposed to the fence.
Is it the fence or the signage around the fence?
It's both. The fence is a temporary fence. They're held down by sandbags. The sandbags get run over. There's sand all over the street. Then I'm going to have all the neighbors in Valentine neighborhood calling me because they're getting sand spit on their windshields and windshield pits. I think it's an eyesore. And as one of you mentioned, when you're driving down Southwest Trafficway and trying to turn right on 33rd Street to get to Costco, you can't even see through the fence. And it's hard to maneuver the right turn there. I think it's a bad idea and nobody wants it. And you have the ability to agree to option 2, it appears, with additional conditions that Capital Electric is willing to comply with. I think that's the one you should consider approving.
Thank you. And as I said, I'm just one board member, but I do kind of agree with option 2. But that's just me.
Yeah, and I think there's a reason that construction sites require fences, liability reasons, all sorts of reasons. I personally liked the motion that was made, but.
And the one thing that I would suggest if we would want to amend that would be not requiring the signage as a compromise. If the neighbors really don't want a picture of the streetcar up, just having the black fence. If that's a better. Okay, so you think the signage would be better?
No, I
If we're
no,
gonna have
no,
a
I don't
fence.
want the signage. I don't even want the fence. That's my opinion. But because as I said, I drive that area and my eyes are used to seeing the poles in the yard and it's another, and plus we get the whole sidewalk replaced.
And this is
Yes.
only until November 30th or earlier if they finish it.
Right.
Of course, if the lease on the lot gets canceled and they have to find a new lot to store their materials, like I stated, we're not getting any rent from Capital Electric on this lot. And if we cancel the lease with 30 days notice, again, I'm not saying we're going to do that, but it's a possibility. And they have to find a new lot somewhere, it could delay your streetcar project. I just think option 2 is better and get the streetcar done, and they probably will be out of there before November 30th.
To me, if I was Kansas City Life, I would have required that they replace the sidewalks. If we're giving this to them with no rent, why not make them replace the side? Because that's Kansas City Life's responsibility. And so that gives them some benefit, and we're giving them that benefit as part of our requirements. So I
Yeah, and in the
One other-
last meeting, they had agreed to replace the sidewalks over the drive lanes, and I think Mr. Chase has indicated he'll do the entire lengths of 33rd and 34th if you agreed to option 2. Chase, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that what you said?
It'd be a lot easier to compromise with the requirements of the board if we didn't have the fence cost. So if that's what is required without a fence, it would be a lot easier to go that route versus trying to get that whole swath replaced and include the fence cost as well.
And Kansas City Life lives with Coleman Highlands Neighborhood Association and Valentine Neighborhood Association. They really do not want this fence. So
The other thing to mention too, just so everybody knows, the poles that are being stored there are KCMO's property for the project. And you put a fence up that people can't see in, you invite people to sneak in and encourage vandalism, theft, and damage to those poles, which would then again require restoration of the poles and incur the time that they're not stood as we're waiting for them to get repaired, which could cause delays on the project as well. Leaving it open where people can see and traffic driving by, you have very less opportunity for people to feel like they're in a secure area to damage and steal property. And as far as liability goes, the city doesn't have any liability on that lot, as mentioned from another board member, worried about construction and materials and liability.
And it's only for 6 months anyway, right, sir?
Yeah, the project substantial completion is in November. Like stated before, we're getting to a point in the project this spring and summer where majority of those poles are going to start getting stood, and that footprint on that lot's going to shrink significantly between now and probably June, July, with our intention to not be in that lot come November. But we did have the length there just in case there was any unforeseen construction delays, as that's the allotted time the project had. So we are talking about a short period of time. We've had no issues for the time it's been there to make the change now when we're almost to the finish line, and the residents and the property owner and the passerby traffic is not wanting the fence. It just seems kind of working backwards when we're almost done with this thing.
And again, I just want to say one more thing. Kansas City Life Insurance Company has been at 3520 Broadway for 100 years next year. We've tried to be a good neighbor to Coleman and to Valentine, and our strong opposition is based upon their feedback and the fact that we don't like the fence either and the sandbags that hold down the fence. But we are trying very hard to be good neighbors to Valentine and Coleman, and neither of those associations want the fence. And so that's why I'm speaking here today. Again, we're not making any money on this lease to Capital Electric. We did it because we hoped that it would progress the streetcar project quickly, and we'll have to decide what we want to do with the lease should you guys go with option 1 today.
I guess I would amend my motion to get rid of the sign/artwork requirement to save them some money, because it is just temporary, and it seems like that would be a big cost for just a few months. The construction fencing can always be reused. I mean, that's kind of a generic thing, so.
The fencing is rented, it's not owned, so there's a significant cost with the fence. Talking almost $20,000.
And it doesn't appear that I'm trying to understand why the neighbors speaking out at the last meeting against that fence is not carrying more weight here. None of them want to look at it.
But they're not here, and
But
might
the,
have
if
other
you read
neighbors
the
who have a
testimony,
different opinion, you know, we're dealing with what we've got in front of us, so.
well, did you read I think it's in the minutes of the last meeting where that's why the previous group, and again, I'm sorry, I don't know what meeting took place last time, although I was in that meeting. I don't know what it was called, but if you read the minutes of that meeting, you will see that the neighborhood said, we do not want the fence.
Somebody complained about the open storage, so.
Correct. And then they're not here today because when they found out their complaint led to a fence they were going to have to look at, they came to the last meeting and said, we don't want the fence.
And that was City Planning Commission. Miss Neal is not Miss Neal. I'm sorry.
Miss Anderson, that's fine.
Thank you, Miss Anderson. I think that was the
Planning Commission.
CPC, City Planning Commission.
Yes, and so your city planning commission said, we agree, let's advance this with no requirement for the fence. And so.
And it is an option. It is available to not have the fence.
Correct.
As stated on your guys' rules as just an additional compliance or variance. So I don't believe we're asking for something that's not possible. We are asking for something that you guys do have the ability to approve, and we're asking on behalf of the residents as well for that.
Right. All right, where do we go? What you,
Do it for a few months if you. I don't.
can I continue with that? That doesn't do anything, but I guess.
Close public testimony and make a motion.
I don't, but I'm just one. I think that sets a bad precedent. I think it overrules the council's requirement. I don't want to do that.
Okay, we continue it for 3 months and let it go as is.
Say they're going to be done with the construction by then.
On or before November 30.
Right,
He
but-
thought by October sometime.
Oh, so
but-
that'd be more than 3 months.
A lot of it even in July, he said.
Yeah,
I mean, you could delay that, we could stay, continue this item for 3 months. And then in the meantime, they're still working like dogs. And then they come back before us and then we can either give them another 2 months or I don't think we're gonna make it put up.
I'd rather do
again-
that than set the precedent of saying no fence, so.
Okay.
Well, Alec, when does the temporary use permit expire?
The temporary use permit expired on March 1st. So they need a special use permit.
To continue operating
Continue.
legally.
So it's gonna have to either be
We
no
can't
fence or.
continue it, can
yeah, but if they continue it, can we not operate under the
I don't
waiting
know
for it to be approved?
Well, if we continue it, that would stay the zoning violation in force.
Mr. Duddy?
Oh, I need a clarification. Has an appeal been filed?
No.
Or would not?
Oh, well, it says a request to appeal zoning violations.
Docket item 4?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's,
No.
That's the fast stop sign on
corrected.
39th Street.
we corrected the docket. I don't believe you guys got the right one.
Because mine says
Oh.
February 13th and so,
Oh,
all right. All right, I'm not the legal person here, Miss Moran.
So the description should be a request for an SUP with
Yes.
variances?
Yes.
I mean, I wondered why the CPC was making a recommendation on a zoning violation. That didn't,
Yeah.
okay, but I assumed because it said that there had been a violation and an appeal.
Yeah, no,
Hold on.
that's not the right legal ad.
Okay.
All right.
Has been a violation. There has been notices sent for violation. And if
Okay.
the appeal has not been filed, there would be a file a formal appeal to the determination made by the officer.
And is it too late to do that?
15-day window has expired. Yes.
So, board members, let's either think about a motion or, I'm again against the fence. I support the neighborhood association, KC Life, that says they don't want the fence. So I'm not sure why we would tell them to put up a fence. I understand Ms. Moran's concern about causing a precedent here. I'm not a fan of the fence.
Been going on now.
2 years at least. It's been there a long time.
What if we approve the SUP with a requirement that temporarily they can do without the fence unless they go past I guess November 30th, with the requirements 2 and 3 that they repair the sidewalk and the landscaping.
But not they don't need to have the fence.
Temporarily, they don't need,
Temporarily till November 30.
just because they've been there this long and haven't had the fence and the neighbors want the fence. I mean, maybe we can distinguish this from other cases. We just can't ignore the requirement of a construction fence for construction.
Not sure, I'm not sure.
If I'm hearing you correctly, option 2A, which is the variance to remove the requirement of the fence, with the exception that if the project extends past 11:30, then a fence has to be constructed. The sidewalk reconstruction on 33rd and 34th, as well as the landscaping after the project is done. And there's also the condition imposed by CPC about the lighting, which
yes.
no one we haven't addressed yet, but that's what.
I
heard
wouldn't
you
call it
say.
a variance. I would call it approval of the SUP with those conditions.
Okay.
Temporary delay of any construction fencing until.
Yeah.
33rd and
34th Street, I think would that be a complete replacement of the sidewalk, Mr. Gorens? And I think that's good for the community. So, all right,
Do we still need variance I?
Well, the variance I was for the screening for
Okay.
that to
So if we're
last.
delaying that, then, okay. Okay.
So Chase with Capital, I think you've heard that motion. And
Yes,
I think it agrees with kind of what you've discussed already. So.
yes,
And
sir.
our rep from KC Life, I think you've also heard that, and I think that identifies your concerns as well. Is that correct?
Yes, it
Yes.
does. Thank you.
Great. So we have a motion. Do we have a second from another board member?
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. We have agreed to that, and it's break time, so we'll be back in 15 minutes. Is that right? Okay,
What?
good.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I think so.
Yeah, I thought we were zooming along. to
Yeah,
Paulina, how are you?
15 minutes.
Okay.
How's your wife doing?
Yeah, it's me now. You gotta go yesterday.
Oh.
What's that? No, no, I'm
Oh,
not.
hey, how's it
I'm
going?
city
How you
staff.
doing? Good.
Yeah.
How's it?
Good job.
Thanks.
Capital Electric, my son's in union.
Oh, that thing? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all recorded.
Have they built those buildings?
Yeah.
There's only one? Okay. And it's ready.
Whatever.
It's an annex, right?
Well.
Okay.
As soon as you turn that.
Yeah.
Owns that house and that lot.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Purpose of it.
All right, well, yeah.
Been there for years.
Is it something related to?
Right.
That fence.
What's around, what, how am I gonna get around this fence? I
Then they
can't.
would have to have the cranes get in there, reach in there.
Yeah.
It's there.
Yeah.
And there's use and park.
Yep.
Oh.
And
Yeah, that's an interesting setup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what I was talking, yeah, the annex, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what I was talking about, yeah,
that. I
yeah,
was talking about the-
yeah. And then the other thing is the plat, yeah.
That's fine.
Well, they replaced all the commissioners, right?
Oh.
Oh.
So
It
it was all political things.
Political
Yeah.
circus.
And the two that had approved it got replaced.
Right.
and I don't know what they did with the
Show the
contract.
County,
but-
the county,
Right, yeah.
but they haven't done it here. Well,
Yeah. Right, yeah.
and so
But you're out of it now. I
we're
mean,
kind of, we don't care.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
but, well, fine.
Yeah.
Ready?
Coming back, yeah. We're back after our break. We're back after our break. Anna, please call the next case.
We have docket item 5. This is case CD BZA 2024-11 for 143 Lawn Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to setbacks and accessory structure, plus additional variances in about 1 acre, 0.1 acres, generally located at 143 Lawn Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant or property owner, please raise your hand in Zoom now or approach the microphone. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony for 143 Lawn Avenue to also please raise their hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing. No one has raised their hand, Mr. Chair, and no one approaches the microphone, including the applicant and property owner.
Hector Guzman or Joseph Dreyer? Connor, do you know who else that might be? Sure. Okay, that'll be great. Thank you, Connor.
Connor, do you know if this is North Lawn or South Lawn? South of St. John or north of St. John?
All right, Anna, let's go to the next case.
Okay, 1
Your
second.
case.
Going to call docket item number 6 now. This is case CD BZA 2024-16 for 1550 Northeast 44th Street. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to an off-premise sign on about 16 acres, generally located at 1550 Northeast 44th Street. I am the staff planner associated with this case. This is a reminder for anyone who is provide public testimony, or you are the applicant on this case, to please raise your hand now so we can admit you. You're online.
Trying to find the staff report, but just have it now. So who do we have?
Marcia.
Marcia, can you,
Marcia Witherow.
oh, Marcia, great, thank you. And who's with you there, Marcia?
I'm Tony Calcara.
Okay, stand by just for a second. We'll swear you in just a moment. Anybody else? that you
I
see?
think Joe Ross is going to sign in as well. He is the president of the high school.
See him yet?
No.
You want to try to raise him up pretty quick? So, because we need to move on.
Yeah, let me call him real fast.
Hey, Tony,
Yes.
if you need a few minutes, we may take the next case.
Okay, yeah, we can't get a hold of him. I just
Okay.
spoke with him right before you. He was trying to get he was trying to log back in.
So should we move the case? Should we delay the case for about 10 minutes, take another one, then come back to you?
Oh, he's on.
Oh, there he is. He's coming online. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
We'll swear him in and you too, and then away we go.
Perfect.
Joe, you have to accept the promotion. Everyone is connected.
Okay. Okay, and Marcia, who's the president of the school again? I forgot his name.
Joe Ross.
Mr. Ross, can you please raise your right hand to be sworn in along with Marcia and Tony? Are you ready? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? And
I do.
say your name for the court reporter and the I do or I don't, so to speak. Marcia?
Marcia Witherow, I do.
Tony, you're next.
Tony Calcara, I do.
Thank you. And do we have Mr. Joe Ross online? Joe, if we can't see or hear you. Joe?
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Yes, we can, sir. Got to raise your right hand to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name again for the court reporter.
Joe Ross, R-O-S-S.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Who's speaking on the case? You or Marcia or Tony? Who's the rep?
I'm going to let Marcia start, and then I will. Can I join in?
Of course, yes, you can. Marcia, there is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that we need to admit before we can hear your case. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Anna. Anna, tell us about the case, please.
We have docket item 6. This is case CD BZA 416. Property in question is at 1550 Northeast 44th Street. It's zoned R6, which is a residential zoning district, and the applicant is appealing zoning violations related to off-premise sign. Site is located in the northern portion of Kansas City, Missouri, and between Gladstone and North Kansas City, the municipality, North Kansas City. This is a close-up of the site. I did reorient it, so north is facing towards my left, just so it could be a little displayed bigger on the screen. This is the St. Pius High School, adjacent to the highway, and then also nestled adjacent to a residential neighborhood. So the notice of violation, it states that the owner maintains a premises in which a wall was installed without first obtaining a sign permit or a building permit, which constitutes a violation of the zoning and development code. This is the structure in question. It is a scoreboard. This is the back of the scoreboard that faces the highway, so like not the face that's internal to the sports field. And we see this sign for the Zone 6 fitness, and that is the violation in question. And here's another look at the scoreboard and the sign from a little further away from the right of way. And the scoreboard did receive a building permit to be constructed. You can see here that it does have several panels listed. That is a part of the structure. And I also want to note that this type of structure, the building permit, it's listed as a CRBG. That is just a code that we have that identifies to us that it is a building permit, not a sign permit. It was approved, this building permit. This is an example of a sign permit. It's got the CPS code incorporated. Again, this tells city staff that this is a sign, not an additional structure. For signs to be placed within this scoreboard, they would also need a sign permit as well. We see it all the time. Buildings get built. They show like, yes, a sign's going to go here, and they, of course, subject to additional sign permits for those signs. Per the zoning code as well, an outdoor advertising sign, sometimes we called it a billboard, sometimes we call it an off-premise sign, is not permitted in Kansas City except for within 660 feet of a right-of-way of a highway. considering several different factors. The first criteria, A, which is most applicable here, is that an outdoor advertising sign, an off-premise sign, may not be located within 500 feet of any improvements which are wholly occupied as a residential, institutional, or other non-commercial or industrial use. St. Pius School is a institutional use, so a off-premise sign would not be permitted here because of the entirety of the use of the lot. There, you'll see in the application materials that they referred to a conversation that was had with a city staff member, where that city staff member informed them that no sign permit was required for refacing an existing sign. That is true. You've got Betty Ray's, they've got a wall sign. Betty Ray's needs to replace that sign to fix a light bulb or a letter or something. They can just do that. But for that first initial sign to go on the wall, they would have needed a sign permit for that. And we have no record of a sign permit for that scoreboard. So there's nothing to reface in this situation because it would have been a brand new sign on top of the off-premise sign not being permitted here. Some key points to conclude is that, yes, the scoreboard was approved with ad space, but that does not mean that off-premise signs could be advertised on that scoreboard. The exterior ads can include signage for permitted uses on the site. In this case, it's the school, and of course are subject to sign permits. The panels on the interior of the scoreboard that faces the sports field, where no one can see the sign from the right-of-way, that can have any type of ads that they show, please, because it's an internal sign. Off-premise sign is prohibited. As I mentioned, yes, the scoreboard is close to the right-of-way, but I want to refer back to that. A billboard is not permitted on a use for residential or institutional purposes. And an appeal, according to our code, may only be sustained if the BZA finds that the zoning administrative erred. In this case, it's the zoning compliant city staff, and we do not believe they erred per the photo evidence and the citations of the code that I had just listed. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
So Ms. Anna, just to clarify, the permit was issued for them to erect the scoreboard type sign. And they could have
Scoreboard. Yeah.
scoreboard, or the scoreboard, sorry. And on the scoreboard, you could have advertising that would say, "Buy my truck," facing the field. Is that correct?
Correct.
But the rear facing is not permitted.
For off-premise signage, no.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Would they need a state permit for off-premise advertising that is right next to the highway?
There are permits that you can get for off-premise signs. There's certain dimensional requirements and certain use categorizations. Again, this would not be permitted because it is on an institutional use.
Right, by us, but
Oh,
they get a state
Um,
permit?
I do not know that, answer
Okay.
that question if
Okay.
they needed.
Oh, so what do they need to do? Is black cover over the back of it?
Remove the off-premise sign.
All right, any other questions before we ask them to answer? So Miss Marcia, I think you're speaking on behalf of the school. Why do you feel we should overturn this requirement and
Well,
determination?
I realize that what the presentation and how we had a building permit to erect the structure. The confusion, I guess, is when the sign contractor called, he was given incorrect information. And Joe, do you want to step in?
Can I chime in too? I guess my confusion is, as a school, and we hired companies to put the sign up, and they applied for the permit and it was approved. As a school, once the city says that this is permitted and it shows the drawing, and it definitely shows ad space right on the back, my confusion is, how as a school are we to know all these rules? Why wouldn't someone at the city, who this is what they do, I assume that's why you pay the permit fee, right? I would assume that they would have said, yes, we'll approve this, but you have to get this permit as well because you've got ad space on the back of the board. I mean, I guess that's a question, but I'm trying to understand as a school, how are we supposed to know that? I would have think that would fall back into the city's jurisdiction, and that's the reason you file the permits, right?
Well, yeah, go ahead, Anna.
That the sign contractor should have appropriately obtained those permits.
So Infinity Signs, who installed it, they're very much aware of city codes. And the proper sign permit, Mr. Ross, I don't think was applied for, sir.
Yeah, I think it was Affinity Signs, and I think Capital Electric, who was on one of your other meetings, actually did the Capital Electric is who actually installed the sign. So I thought we were dealing with reputable businesses. And when the city approved it, I know what she's saying, that I think ad space is pretty defined, and it was separate from the fact that it had the school name across the top. The ad space wouldn't be the school signing, so I guess I'm confused to why wasn't there and we've gotten other permits from the city, and they'll give you an approval, and then they'll say, yes, but you have to get this as well. I think this was an error on the city's part as much as anybody, is it not?
I think that's more of a sign company error, Mr. Ross. Your fellow school on the south side of state line, or excuse me, on the south side of the Missouri River, a girls' school at 56th and Main Street had a very similar issue when they redid their sign 5-6 years ago. I was on the board of zoning at that point, and they put it up, and about 6 months later, they took it back down because they didn't have the right justification to have it up there. So
we're a diocesan school. St. Therese is not a diocesan school, so I wouldn't know anything about that. I'm sorry.
right. Well, I was just pointing out that sometimes mistakes happen. And
Anna, did they show the ad space facing the highway? I thought you
Yes.
said they didn't show.
We
that.
did. On the original erection, the engineering diagrams, it shows ad space. I guess what Joe is trying to ask is, why wouldn't the city have told us at that point that if, as a school, we would need to obtain a different permit for the signage, and that there were restrictions for our institution? Because the purpose of erecting that sign is those signs are expensive, and we need advertisers to help us offset the costs, is our question.
And I thought you said they just showed the ad space facing the stadium.
There's an ad panel on the back as well.
Okay, I'm asking staff right now.
Sorry.
There are ad panels on both sides, the front and the back of the scoreboard, but the existence of those panels being there does not grant permission for any sign to go within.
Because you wouldn't have known what those ad panels were for. They could all be for St. Pius or Catholic Church or whatever.
Can you show that again so that they can see it again? Because it definitely delineates the school name from the ad panel.
There's ID panel and ad panel.
Yeah, ID would be the school name, right? And then ad panel would be an advertisement.
The space for both of those panels does not imply exactly what type of signs are going in each one, subject to sign permits.
Mine makes sense, ID and then advertising.
And where does Infinity Sign fit in here? Were they part of the application?
So when a applicant applies for an appeal case, there's a form that they fill out where they, address the case that they're aggrieved with, why they're aggrieved, who are the involved parties. And that's where they made the statement about how someone from Infinity Sign spoke to someone at the city and asking them if they needed a permit to reface an existing sign. That the
Can I
answer is
clarify
no,
though,
because-
Infinity
Nope,
Sign,
hold on.
Hold on.
That's true. If someone asked us, are you refacing a sign? No, you don't need a sign permit. But in this case, they weren't refacing anything. They were installing a new sign on a structure.
Mr. Ross, your comment, sir?
Infinity Sign was not part of the original build out of the structure. So I just wanted to clarify that. I don't want, anything. They were hired to put the sign on after the structure was built. So they tried to get the permit after the structure was built, and they were told that they didn't need one. So I just wanted to clarify that. I don't want to disparage Infinity Sign in any way, shape, or form.
Mr. Ross, other than the conversation that you alleged took place with Justin, do we have anything in writing that says that?
We contracted with Infinity Sign to install it, and we knew them to be a reputable company. And then when we got cited on this, that's when we went back to find out what happened. So, like I said, we're a school. We're not a business. We're just trying to follow the rules as we know them. So we hired a reputable company to build it, and we hired a reputable company to put the sign on.
Well, as I mentioned to you earlier, this came before us in a different school at St. Teresa, and I can't think of the name of the company they were trying to promote at the time, but they were given a permit to construct a scoreboard, which was permitted, but not to permit the advertising on the back side of their scoreboard.
I
So
don't know their permits, sir, but were they given a permit that showed signage on the back?
That part I can't remember and don't recall, Mr. Ross. I apologize. So I don't know, but I know that they had to take it down. And
where I'm struggling,
not to be mean about it, Mr. Ross, they actually use the same company on the front side of their sign that faced the field to kind of get around some of that. But I think you already have, which is, I believe, on a permitted, if they have it on the front side of their scoreboard, is that permitted?
Correct.
Yeah, so you could put it on the front side of the scoreboard, sir, whatever you're trying to advertise, and that is permitted. And that's what St. Teresa did.
Well, I guess where I'm confused. We built this structure, we applied for it. This was an expensive structure. We're a small school. We don't have St. Teresa's money. I'm not trying to be funny. We don't have their money, and we built a sign with this permit. And that's how we went forward. And I've built another structure at Pius, and whenever there was issues with where they would say, like when we built sports fields, they said, oh, you need to get a light permit. You need to do this, this, and this, even though we didn't have lights up, and we still don't. We went and did all of that. So I guess as a small school, I'm just trying to understand, we've done everything the city has to do, and now you're telling us we've got to take it back down, and I'm just trying to understand that.
Well, to me, it's on the sign company. They should understand the code. And the question before us is whether this sign violates the zoning code, and I haven't seen anything saying it doesn't. I mean, the sign company may have asked a question, and it sounds like they maybe asked the wrong question about refacing. In every case, I think we would expect our staff to be cooperative and answer questions, and I think they do on a daily basis, tell the, applicants whether they need more signs, but if the sign company is asking the wrong question, it's hard to read their mind. So I haven't seen anything to show that this violation was incorrect.
I guess my question is, are you saying the remedy is that we just need to pay a permit fee and have the sign company go back and do that? Or are you saying we can't have a sign?
Well, the code doesn't allow the sign to face the highway because that would be off-premise advertising. So you could apply for it, but I would assume then the staff would deny it and say, put it on the other side of the sign.
Yeah, I guess my question is, why wasn't that listed as part of the permit then, right? I'm not trying to be, I
Permit
mean,
was a building permit. It wasn't a sign permit.
we didn't build I guess. We were building a scoreboard the whole time. That's what it was. And it was very known what it was. It wasn't a wall. It was a scoreboard, right?
And the scoreboard advertising on the front side of that, sir, is not an issue. It's the one on the back side, Mr. Ross.
Right, and I'm not arguing, and I'm not trying to argue either side. I'm just saying it was presented to the city and they signed off on it and said this is acceptable. And then we built it that way. I'm just trying to understand that.
So our position here, sir, is really to enforce the code as it was written. And I don't see how city staff erred in issuing a notice of violation. You're saying that they shouldn't have done that because they were given permission, but I don't have anything in writing that says that. And the code was, you and the school were given permission to erect a scoreboard, but not the signs on the back side of the scoreboard, sir.
But if the signs on the back side of the scoreboard were part of the permit, and they said that you can build it, wouldn't it be generally accepted that you can put a sign on something that was built for that intention and they signed off on it?
Well, to me, that's where your sign company ought to be telling you what the code requires. So
But that's kind of
our
like,
only job is to determine whether this sign violates the code, and I think it clearly does. And I understand your frustration if you think the staff didn't point something out that they should have pointed out. Staff deals with hundreds of cases every day, and our job is to enforce what is in the code. So
no, I understand that, but can you understand the injustice of?
yes, I understand what you're saying.
Of what you've told us we can build this, and now you're telling us that you're criminally liable for putting something up that you told us we could build. Because that's what the notice said.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to do that. So the comment here, sir, Mr. Ross, was, why don't they just put a metal covering over the advertising part on the back side of that sign? You can still have, I think it's St. Pius Warriors. I don't know the school, sir, but
yes,
you could still have that up there. That's not an issue, as I recall. Is that right, Anna? They can still have St. Pius or
And advertise for permitted uses on site. Which
yeah,
is
so that would be permitted, but the one below it were, and again, I can't remember the name of the company, but that's got to be covered up or removed. And that's kind of where I'm supporting city staff, and what they did was not wrong. And Infinity Sign should have known that before they put up that advertising, sir.
Would you say that the city staff was wrong in issuing a permit that said add on the back without notifying us that it couldn't be there?
It was a construction permit, sir, and I know you don't know the difference between a construction permit and a sign permit, but no sign permit was ever granted. And Infinity should have known that before they put that, before they attached artwork to that billboard, or to, excuse me, to the back part of that sign. So that's kind of where we are.
Well, I got you, but you guys allowed Capital Electric earlier because of the cost of the sidewalks to make an adjustment. And I'm just trying to understand how there's a massive cost to us by taking this sign portion down. And as a school, I'm just trying to understand why Capital would be given leniency and we wouldn't.
Mr. Ross, each case is unique. Each case is very unique in this council or in this meeting. Capital Electric, just FYI, was given a 6-month stay, if you want to call it that. And we're telling you, we can't give you a permanent sign permit because this committee can only uphold what the codes administration said. And the codes administration said you're in violation.
Okay, I misunderstood the committee. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to upset you. I'm just asking questions. I didn't understand it. Because I thought this was zoning adjustments. And so I was assuming that if there was something that was done incorrectly, you could make an adjustment. So I apologize.
Yeah, I'm not upset. I just, you can't bring up previous cases sometimes.
I'm sorry. I had listened to sat online and listened to the other case and then came back on and I just heard that. So I was just trying to understand it.
All right. So at this point, any other board members have comments? Motions, anyone?
Have we called for public
Oh,
testimony?
a public testimony?
Barry did.
No one has raised their hand on Zoom and no one approaches the microphone.
Okay, in docket item number 6, case number 2024-16, I move that we uphold the determination of the zoning administrator and deny the appeal.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? No. You did, you had a chance, sorry. Do you have a second?
A second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wright. Please call the roll.
Torrance. Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Thank you, sir, for coming before us, and the zoning determination is upheld. Next case is?
Okay, so now we have docket item number 7. This is case CD BZA 2023-5144 Oak Street. This is a request to approve the maximum size of a wall sign plus any additional variances on about 3.08 acres, generally located at 5144 Oak Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. This is a reminder for the applicant, if they are in the room, to please approach the microphone, or if you are online, to please raise your hand. We have a member from the sign company online promoting Jennifer now. It's also a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on 5144 Oak Street to please make themselves known now so we can admit you for public testimony. Seeing none. And Jennifer is connected.
Yes.
Thank you. Jennifer, will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Jennifer Shirley.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley.
You're welcome.
There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit to hear your case today. Do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin of city staff. Connor, please tell us about the case.
So today we have docket item 7, CD BZA 2023-173 at 5144 Oak Street and an R5 zoning district. They're seeking a variance to the maximum size of a wall sign in a residential district, plus any additional variances required. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. It is a church. This is looking at the building itself, and that where that 46-foot wide section is where the sign is proposed. This is the proposed sign. The variance request is a variance of 59 square feet to the maximum size of a wall sign in a residential district under institutional use to permit a wall sign at a size of 79 square feet on the subject site. That is a 295% increase from the residential wall sign requirement. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty could be obviated through change of design. I do want to mention that your staff report might look a little bare. I don't know what happened, but when I went to go save it with the updated docket number, I had the images in there. They, for whatever reason, didn't save over. However, nothing has changed from when this was originally scheduled last month, so the February one would be accurate as well.
Questions of city staff? So, Mr. Tomlin, I've got a quick question. The flame with the black cross, is that existing?
That is existing, that's correct.
So really, the only thing we're asking to approve is the one above, it looks like a doorway, in that one picture as part of your staff report.
Right, exactly. The only sign you're looking at here is that Resurrection United Methodist Church sign.
And is this facing 51st Street or Oak Street?
This would be facing Oak Street.
Do they have any signage on facing 51st Street?
I believe there might be a monument sign down there, but as for wall signs, I'm not too sure. I would let the applicant speak to that.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and, any other questions of staff? I'm sorry. Anybody else? All right. Tell us why we should approve your request today.
So the reason why they're wanting to put the sign in that area is because, as you can see, the other part of that building was really old, and they do not want to take away from the old structure that's there. And so they're wanting to put the sign on the modern part of the building. It is facing Oak Street. So that's facing the UMKC campus. So it won't affect any houses or anything around there, because I believe this lot is, part of it is zoned commercial and part of it's zoned residential. And the side that we want to put on it is residential. But if we make it smaller, like they're wanting us to, it's going to be not be able to be seen from the road very well. That's it.
You're asking for a big variance, 290%. Can we reduce? Do you feel like there might be a middle ground to reduce the size of this?
It could be possible, but it won't be able to be seen from the road very well. Because I believe in residential, I think it was like 20 square feet or something like that. That's really small. So 59, I know it sounds like a lot, but when you're only allowed 20 square feet, that's not very much for a wall sign.
So to the north of you, is that Whole Foods on Oak? To the north of your church?
That I am not aware of. I do not know. I don't know if the city knows that.
I believe that's accurate.
That is correct. Whole Foods is directly adjacent.
To the south, and to the south, I think is residential. As I recall, there's maybe an apartment or a condo building to the south, as I recall.
But this sign would just face east. It would
Yeah,
just
just
face the
faced east,
campus.
correct. Yeah. And Whole Foods has got lots of signs. Board members, other questions and concerns? Go ahead.
Sign light up. Sorry, does the sign light up?
Yes,
What hours are you gonna keep it on?
that is up to you guys and the owner of the property. We can do whatever we need to.
Is it internally lit or,
Yes,
okay, so each letter is lit up.
correct. Let me, can
Another
you, I don't know if they could pull, if he can pull up that artwork again from,
Let me share my screen really.
Usually we have those signs turn off at 11 to midnight, 11 PM, midnight, something when there's no reason that people would be looking for that church.
yeah, exactly. We can tell the church that they have to turn it off on a certain time also. But I know usually churches don't have theirs on all night either, because like you said, that no one needs to know that they're there at midnight or 11.
Right. We probably want to have. Are you comfortable with no later than a midnight turn off?
Yes.
Board members, any other comments? Mr. Gorens, would that address your concern if it went off at midnight, or
Yeah.
do you want it to go off earlier or later, or what's your
Well,
comment?
midnight is the late side, so
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
I don't, it depends on how much it's bothering the neighbors across the street or how much, could be an asset also. Given some,
Campus, so.
yeah, so.
All right.
Development and changes happening along Oak. I'm actually surprised.
Okay.
Yeah, and it does sit back. It has some really good setbacks on it too.
Aisha, do you want to offer a motion?
I offer a motion on docket number 7, case number 2023-173, that we approve the variance requests on the sign side.
Accordance with staff report
According to the
and,
staff report.
and also with a turnoff at midnight or earlier.
Inclusive of a turn off at midnight or earlier.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second from Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it.
All right,
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
All right,
Sure.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
I'm gonna go get Alec.
Okay. Hi, hey, Anna, do you see Randy Mixdorf coming online? To do case 1? She did?
She's running a little late, so she's not
Still?
here yet.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. All right, so we continue on.
You have docket item 8. This is case CD BZA 2024-2 for 4801 Holly Street. A request to approve a variance to the setback standards in R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, plus any other needed variances on about 0.15 acres, generally located at 4801 Holly Street. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant is online, Bob, and I am promoting them. This is a reminder that anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on 4801 Holly Street should raise their hand now or approach the microphone so we can admit you into the public hearing. We approach the microphone.
I'm sorry, I think I missed you were talking to me.
Yeah, just a second, Bob. We'll be right with you.
Had one person raise their hand online, but they, oh, okay. One person online and one person in the room with us, Mr. Chair.
I'm the owner of the property. I don't know if this is where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah,
or-
you're right there. You're at
Okay.
a good spot, sir.
Great.
Thanks for coming on with us. So, who's our third? We have Bob in the virtual world, Bob Anderson, I'm guessing. And then who else is out there, Anna?
We have a Sharon Pendleton online as well.
Okay. So Bob, Sharon, and the owner, Mr. Hamilton, I'm guessing, have a seat over there, James. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name for the court reporter.
James Thomas Hamilton.
Great. And the people in the audience, let's go with Bob Anderson first.
I do. Bob
Yes.
Anderson.
Thank you, sir. And Sharon? Where'd she go? Do we have a last name for Sharon?
Pendleton?
Sharon Pendleton, if you're online and interested in this case on Holly, please raise your.
Yeah.
Please. Okay.
I
there you go.
do.
Thank you. And I see Sharon Pendleton. Do you have a camera?
Yes, I do. Just a moment. It's not showing, but I'll get it on for you.
All right. And Miss Pendleton,
Yes.
what's your interest in the case? Are you in support or opposition?
I'm in opposition to it.
Okay, great. And we'll get to you in just a minute.
Thank you.
And who's going to speak, Mr. Hamilton? Is it going to be you or Mr. Anderson on the case? It's one of the two of you guys.
Two of us?
Yes.
I would assume Mr. Anderson.
Okay,
but
great.
I'm-
Mr. Anderson, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Excuse me, I've got, yes, 1 to 9. We need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Alec on your case. Alec, please tell us what's going on.
Okay. Let me share my screen real quick. So this is CD BZA 2024-2. It is a lot split on 4801 Holly Street. It is generally located in West Plaza. Here's a closer zoomed in look at it. It's at the corner of West 48th Street and Holly Street. And it's zoned R6, even though it's not shown on the map, it is zoned R6. In R6, we have, it's an infill lot, which means that it has to, the proposed home must fit within the context area of the property, and the home that is currently on the property must fit within the context area, which consists of the block face. So, go back to this slide. The original address of 4801 Holly it complies with the infill standards. The block face is all the houses from West 48th Street down south on Holly Street. Proposed lot split puts a second home in the rear yard of Tract 1, which is the original home. The variances that we see here are going to be for lot area for Tract 1, which is the previous home, and lot area for Tract 2, as a proposed driveway variance width and rear yard setback for Tract 1. Variance A is for the minimum lot area. In infill residential lots, when it's 2 or fewer houses within an infill residential lot, the standards are reduced by 25%. The standards for R6 are reduced by 25%. So this variance would be 1,627.5 square feet to the infill 25% reduced infill residential standard to permit a lot area of 2,872.5. So essentially, the reduced, I believe there might be a typo on this, but reduced, it should be 45,000 square feet. It's originally 6,000 square feet for R6, but reduced would be 45,000 square feet.
4,500 or 45,000?
4,500, my bad.
Sure, no worries.
So the difference is the 1,627.5 feet. So it's smaller than what is required with the reduced standards by 36.2%. This could be obviated by a change of design or an ADU could be built on the lot rather than just splitting the lot and putting the home on it. That is for the lot area of tract 2, so the proposed new lot on the rear side. Variance request B is for the 25% reduced minimum rear setback. So the setback listed on the site plan is 1.76 feet for tract 1. That's the rear yard setback. The variance, it's an 87% increase from the requirement. So the difference would be 12.76 feet. Again, it could be obviated by a change of design or by constructing the ADU on the property. Variance C is for the 25% reduced lot area of tract 1, the original home on the property. I have it written correctly in this one. It's 4,500 square feet. The 25% reduced requirement, and this would be a 628 square foot difference from that. So it would be, the split would be making the original home non-conforming and smaller than what it should be. This is a 14% increase from the requirement. Same obviation, change of design or ADU. Variance request D, I typed that, but it's for the infill residential standard for driveways. So a driveway in the infill residential standard is 12 feet. The proposed driveway is 20 feet approximately. So that's a decrease. So it's a lot smaller. Again, change of design, ADU could be done to obviate this. And with that, as I'm realizing there are a good amount of typos in my presentation, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Board members, any questions of city staff?
What are the conditions in the neighborhood? Is this the existing lot? Is it the same as all the other lots along?
The existing lot is the proposed lot tract 2 would be, it would basically create its own context area, which is why it's subject to those 25% reduced standards. But it would be creating its own context area.
And then it would have a driveway onto 48th Street?
Onto 48th Street,
Would it be
yes.
the only lot along 48th with a
There
driveway on
are other
48th?
lots. There's a lot across the street that has a driveway onto 48th Street, but that lot is conforming with the standards because it's large enough. This is a much smaller lot. Which is why it would be a non-conforming lot with tract 2 and tract 1. And this is.
Is there anything else similar to this proposal?
As you can see here, there's a home right across the street, but that's a conforming lot. It's large enough. The other lots on West 48th Street, past Holly Street to the west, also have driveways towards West 48th Street, but those again are conforming and large enough. If I believe looking at this helps to kind of put into context how much smaller this proposed lot could be from what is surrounding the area.
Any other questions of staff? Mr. Anderson, why should we approve your request?
We believe that the lot is in, kind of in conforming with some nearby lots that are in the infill area. And I think Jim might be able to speak to this a little bit better than I can.
All right. Mr. Hamilton, he's deferring to you.
Yes, I'm sorry. We're dealing with I have a thumb drive here that will show a 360-degree of the area. So
They'll be admitted exhibit number 10.
I'm sorry, the question again.
Okay, why should we approve your request? But hold on just for a second. Let's go and
Okay,
review
sure,
that thumb drive again. Is that being shared over the network? Can you tell?
I will
Where's
share
our
with the
IT guy?
network real quick. Okay. That is shared online now.
All right.
That was looking east toward the plaza. This is the lot. So short because I was going to try to upload it in.
All right. Let's go back to the beginning of that thumb drive, if you don't mind, so we can share with the board members a lot that's part of it. For board members of what we're looking at. So your house, Mr. Hamilton, will stay as is.
Yes.
And then we're going to build another home facing 48th Street.
Correct. In this vacant.
And I'll kind of go across the street. There's a brown house that I think I saw, and not sure if his driveway comes out onto 48th, and it looks like it does. Okay, so Mr. Hamilton, why should we grant your request today?
Well, I would like to build a home for myself there. I currently live in the original home, which is actually a 2-story duplex, and then be able to rent that or at some point eventually sell it, provide more housing. I am a realtor, and so I'm very acutely aware of the housing shortage nationwide, but specifically here in Kansas City. I also like the fact that the house will sit on the lot and provide a small amount of green space, but not a lot because at my age, I'm okay with not taking care of much of a yard. I kind of view the plaza and the surrounding parks as my green space. So I don't have an issue with it as long as it fits within your requirements or the variance requirements.
Right.
Being a lot of house,
right?
Not so much lot.
So I really thought the existing home was a single family. In fact, it's a duplex. Is that what city staff sees as well?
It is actually zoned duplex. It has been zoned single family, and it has been zoned light business.
Right.
I purchased it a year and a half ago. And
so what's the zoning today, sir?
I believe that there is a CLNU on it, or there has been for 2 families.
Okay.
Right now, though, I believe it's single family.
I believe so. The gentleman I bought it from was using it single family and actually not even using one floor.
So what are you using it for today, sir?
Myself, single family.
It's single family.
Right.
Hold on. And so city staff, can Can he, and once he builds his new home, can he make that a duplex or is that still only single family? I'm asking city staff this.
Yes, he could convert it into a duplex.
Just do it. Doesn't need our permission to do that. All right.
That's how it was built 100 years ago.
Yeah, as a upper and lower
Correct.
duplex.
No,
Hold on, Ms. Pendleton, I'll get to you in just a second.
sorry.
Cities, or I'm sorry, fellow board members, any questions of Mr. Hamilton or Mr. Anderson before we ask for comments from Ms. Pendleton?
I have a question. What size home would, with the new lot created, what size home would be allowed there? Maybe this is a staff question.
Have
I have on the PowerPoint the site plan that was provided previously to creating the staff report. However, there was a site plan that was updated late. So that's, I believe, what Mr.
This-
Hamilton has here.
the particular home that I like and would, and this is not going to be immediate, but would build, has a footprint of 25 feet by 40 feet. It is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home.
Single story.
It is 2-story.
So
Could
we're
we
gonna
have
have,
that
yeah,
as an
yeah,
exhibit?
I'll have to admit that as
Oh, okay.
exhibit number 11. So you're gonna have to,
Pass it around. Much green space is gonna be between the new yard right now.
The new house and our existing house is going to be
It's the codes, right? Code space wise.
yes, 9.16 feet.
It
10
is. It is.
I could read them off, but he
For the rear yard setback, there were no variances for the rear yard setback due to the reduced 25% standards in infill lots.
So would this new home be the same height basically as the existing home?
little lower.
And your reasoning for not wanting to do the ADUs because you intend to sell?
Well, I'd like the flexibility of someday being able to sell, or my kids someday being able to sell if I'm gone. Sell them separately.
Is there a neighborhood association in this?
No, there is not.
wait, there's no, well, I thought West Plaza's over there.
There is West Plaza. It is, it's a neighborhood association, not a HOA.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'll get with Ms. Pendleton in a second. What does West Plaza say? They're very vocal on things. Do
You
you have
know,
permission from them?
Did
Did you go to a meeting? Tell them what's going
No,
on?
I'm a member. I haven't been to any meetings.
Right. Usually Mr. Montanari and some other in West Plaza are very vocal about changes.
Okay.
But you've not heard anything?
No.
And do we have any letters that came in on this issue? Okay,
Yes, we do have
Oh,
public
we do?
testimony, and it was from Sharon Pembleton.
okay. Well, and we'll get her comments in just a second. Any other questions of either Mr. Hamilton or Mr. Anderson? Sharon Pendleton, please tell us your concerns on this issue. Sharon, turn on your microphone, please, and/or camera.
Hello? Can you?
Yes, I can
You
hear
can
you
at least
now.
hear me. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I cannot identify where my camera is on this screen. But let me just proceed if that's all right with you.
Perfect.
I am a neighbor and live on Jarbo, which is the next street east of Holly. I've been here 17 years and I'm a retired architect. I've had a good deal of business and practice relating to specifically in Philadelphia, PA, to historical neighborhoods that are worthy of note. And I do feel that this plaza area, with its long history, some of which is now being challenged, but nonetheless, it is an architectural gem that this city has let slip, and this is consistent now, and it's very disturbing. We have probably 20 units of short-term rentals within 500 feet of this particular property. And what I want to share with you is the idea that this was an intentional plan back in the 20s, 1920s, not 2020s. And it is the area of the particular property we're talking about at 48th Street and Holly and 48th Street and Jarboe are transitional houses in scale and in intent, all the way down to the Ward Parkway, which then, as you may know, goes out into what Nichols developed as major housing in terms of scale, in terms of value, and the people that were wealthy enough to live in these neighborhoods. Now, I know things change, but if you think about this as a transitional area, historically transitional, you've got small scale housing to the north. I live in a small house 2 doors away from that intersection. The scale of the housing may or may not have any meaning to Mr. Anderson. I don't know him. I don't know Mr. Hamilton. They're new to me, and I've lived here for 17 years. But to the value of this neighborhood, in terms of even foreign countries use this particular site as a teaching tool to architects. I don't know if you're aware of that. I was trained in Philadelphia. I'm a native Kansas Cityan and went to Southwest High School. I'm 85 years old. I've practiced 30 years as an architect. And I'm rather appalled at what I see happening here in this area, because Kansas City only has a few places that are truly represent an intentional planning that this plaza area does. And I'm concerned about the future for the plaza. I'm very much against this incursion of an infill house on a street that is basically a transitional area for the housing, the representation of the 1920s. Most of the housing in that area on these 2 blocks is well maintained. Unfortunately, a lot of it is not occupied by the owners. They live elsewhere. As I am a little bit surprised Mr. Anderson is part of the community. I've never seen him before. But I know who sold it to him if he isn't the titled owner. And I know that most of the people in this area see this area as special. So I'm a little concerned that nobody has shown up to speak to this. And I'm speaking to the history, but I'm speaking to the scale of the buildings. And what Mr. Anderson wants to do is to capitalize on getting rid of his yard he doesn't want to maintain and put in something that he can sell. I'm against it. I'm thoroughly against this.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Pendleton.
Yeah,
Those are
you're
well
welcome.
noted. And
Thank you.
board members have any questions of Ms. Pendleton?
Pendleton, have you seen this plan for the house that he's building?
I don't think he has a plan for the house. I think I've seen a drawing of the zoning setback application. If there's a house that
We have
has
a-
been planned for that, I'm really appalled.
We have a beautiful plan that the
Oh,
house,
please.
and the house would fit in kind of houses. It's an older looking brick house that would just be beautiful there, I think.
Who's
Just one board
speaking
member.
at this point?
This is a board member on our
Okay.
committee.
Okay,
Just one, I would just represent myself, one board member, but I just think the house would fit in if you saw it.
well, it's,
Mr. Chairman, I'd be interested in hearing from the West Plaza Association. So
Yeah,
I think we ought to continue it for a month and hear from them.
yeah.
well,
So-
may I make one more statement about that, if I may?
Go ahead,
The-
Ms. Pendleton.
Okay, the West Plaza Association is all in favor of what's happening over here. We have short-term rentals. We have an empty neighborhood, except when there's going to be a big brouhaha of some sort. These are short-term rentals as opposed to residents who maintain and care for a neighborhood. We've lost our schools. This is all it's a cascade of problems right now. And
Ms.
this is
Pendleton,
just-
I just want to interrupt you because your time is
Oh, all right, that's
is-
fine.
is
Thank
done.
you.
But I do want to address the STR, short-term rentals. You have to have a license in the city of Kansas City, Missouri to have a short-term rental. So those, if they're operating illegally, they can't advertise on VRBO and Airbnb without this license.
So I'm very familiar with it. I am thoroughly familiar with this, but
Yeah, so you know, that your comments on the STRs really are moot in this case.
yes, I
But
agree with you.
but Ms. Pendleton, there's been a concern on the boards around you that you're not hearing, that we want to hear from the West Plaza Neighborhood Association because they represent all those neighbors in your area.
Yeah,
So, and we don't have anything in writing from them. So I think
right.
there might be a move to continue this case for
Okay.
1 month to allow Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Anderson to bring back a letter of support or non-support on this proposal. And you're welcome to attend that neighborhood association meeting whenever they have those, Ms. Pendleton.
Yes, okay.
Okay, great. Do we have a motion?
Yes, there's no more public testimony. On docket item number 8, case number 2024-2, I move that we continue this for 1 month.
Okay, continue to the, in
April 9th.
April 9th case or April 9th. Of course, I see something that says 05, this says 02, so we're gonna go with 02. Alec, so in my proposal, it looks like it's 05, case number 05. Which one is it?
02.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion. Do I have a second from someone? Second from Mr. Gorns. Anna?
Gorance.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Hayes.
Aye.
And Evans.
Aye. We encourage you to get with your neighborhood association and let them know your comments and get other, and same for the support to get comments on this and bring it to us next month. On our other case, we continued on docket 1. Do we have Ms. Mixdorf?
She is on.
Okay. So I'd like to do that before we break for lunch,
Understood.
please. And then away we go. Anna, please help with the next case.
Picture with you.
We're going back to
No, we
docket
keep-
item.
We usually keep that because it's been admitted. So the picture of the house, well, I'm sorry, sir, the picture of the home that you shared with us, we need to keep that part of the case file for Alex.
Yep, I'm gonna have him send it to me
Okay. Oh, it's sent electronically. Good.
and I'll put it.
And don't forget his zip drive. Okay.
Docket item number 1, case CD BZA 2023-129. This is for 1200 West 20th Terrace. It's a request to approve a variance to the footprint of a detached garage, the rear setback, and the placement on the street side yard, plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 0.1 acres, generally located at 1200 West 20th Terrace. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner attached to this case. The applicant is in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item to please raise their hand in Zoom now or come up to the microphone so we can admit you in for the public hearing. Seeing none.
Okay, great.
And
And
this-
where, do we have Ms. Mixdorf? Oh,
She
there
is on.
I
Yep,
see her.
I'm here.
Thank you, Randy. Mr. Lopez, I'm going to have you raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name one more time for the court reporter.
Gary R. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. We have a quorum on your case today. That's myself, Ms. Mixdorf, who's online, Mr. Gorens to my left, Ms. Moran to my right, and Ms. Wright to my left. So all those members are here. Other members are welcome to stay, but they're non-voting members. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits. Help me. I get to that case, sorry. 8 or 9, 1 second here.
One.
There. How many are there?
Bucket one.
Well, I know, I'm trying to get the attachments. I'll be
There's
just a
9
second.
right now, 9.
9. There are a list of 9 administrative exhibits we need to admit to hear your case today. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie. Do you have a problem with us admitting those, sir? Can we admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Stephanie, please tell us about the case.
So we got docket item number 1, CDBCA 2023-009, located on 1200 West 20th Terrace on zoned R-6. And the applicant and homeowner are seeking multiple variance to an accessory dwelling unit above a D. Right, so the subject site is located in the West Side neighborhood. Overview of an aerial view of what it looks like right now. A foundation that started being built but has been stopped since, and the home on Holly Street. They're just pictures of street view of what it looks like right now. Another one. So 4, this is what it looked like. The proposed accessory structure was 980 square feet. It has since been reduced. The proposal has been reduced to about 793 square feet. Renderings of the proposal, of the updated proposal in site plan elevation plan. So just a quick summary of the variances. Last time there were 6 variances. So the floor area was about 980 square feet. Now it's reduced to 793. The footprint was 55% of the rear yard. And now it's at 44. And then this may seem like the same variance 2 and 3, but they're different. It's the same numbers, but the coverage of the total coverage of the rear yard by accessory structures was at 55, so now it's at 44 still. The variance to have the ADU in the street side yard has now been pushed back, so it's about 3 inches behind the primary structure, so that counts. And then having the ADU closer to the street than the primary structure, it's been moved back 10 inches, so it's 3 inches behind the primary structure. The 6 variance of the rear setback of 3 feet, 2 3/4 inches has not changed. So as of now, the variance being sought are the ones in red, so 3 of them. All right, and so here is the yellow line represents where the home is, or like the furthest point closest to the street. It does look like the new proposed structure is past it, but it's technically 3 inches behind the home. I just wanted to give you guys a visual. All right, variance number 1 is a variance of 19% to the maximum allowed footprint to an accessory dwelling unit to permit 793 square feet on the subject site. So the maximum footprint of an ADU can be 60% of the footprint of the principal dwelling or 25% of the rear yard. Whichever is smaller, it just can't exceed 800 square feet. In this case, the smaller is 25% of the rear yard. So max square footage allowed is about 444.6 square feet, which would be the 25% of the rear yard. So a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The proposed structure is still almost the same size as the primary structure, but it has been reduced. Can the difficulty be obviated by a change in design? Yes, it could be reduced. It's a variance of 4% to the allowed rear yard building coverage to permit 44% on the subject site. So the total combined footprint area of all detached accessory buildings cannot exceed 40% of the rear yard. So right now, they are proposing a 44%, and that's only about 711.4 square feet is the max allowed, and they have 793. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The ADU, again, is also still nearly the size of the principal building, plus an increase in impervious coverage, increases stormwater runoff. The difficulty could be obviated by change. Fine. Last variance is a variance of 1 foot and 1.25 inches to the ADU setbacks and separation standards to permit a rear setback of 3 feet, 2 and 2.75 inches on the subject side. So ADUs have to be at least 5 feet from all property lines. So the variance is about how substantial is the variation in relation to the requirement, 1 foot, 1.25 inches. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The structure is too close to the rear property line. The area of the accessory structure can be reduced to meet the setback requirement. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do you have any questions of Ms. Stephanie? Anyone?
Have we heard any opposition from anyone in the neighborhood or
Opposition?
their neighborhood association?
Yes, I believe there's the west side, correct?
Haven't heard from them.
Wait a second. Anyone else have any questions, see, Steph? Mr. Lopez, why should we approve your request, sir?
Well, the reason I want to put this garage there is because I want to get my cars off the street. And last night, their cars are up and down the streets yesterday, because they were having soccer practice at the park, observation park. And the bus, like I said, the bus, ambulance, fire trucks cannot go through there. The bus hit a car in the park. And that's why I'm trying to move my cars off the street and get this garage built. Also, plus, like I said, I'm trying to put a loft. I am not getting old. I am old. I'm 76 years old. And I thought I'd put a garage up there, a loft up there. Everything will be on one floor for me and my wife. Because right now I live behind that house where that garage is also. And it's a 2-story house with a basement, and that's where my wife has to go to the basement to do the laundry. And like I said, I want to put a loft on that top of my garage for me.
And you brought it down in size from your previous almost 20%. So you did reduce it in size from before. Yeah. All right. Ms. Mixdorf, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Lopez, the new drawings show that we're kind of pushing things back 3 inches and 10 inches. How are you accomplishing that if the foundation was already built? So if I remember correctly, the conditions that were there previously, have you ripped out that foundation or how are you getting this 3 inches and 10 inches further back?
Well, I thought it was grandfathered in, but I'd have to probably cut the foundation and do new footings, which probably will cost me more than what I paid for this segment of it, you know, so what you decide I have to do. And I was asking, I thought people told me on the west side, this is my first time ever doing anything through the city. Everything is on the west side, on the hill. I call it the hill, that they just did it, you know, without getting permits. So, and I did it without getting permit, and that's my fault. And I'm trying to pay for it or do what I have to. And like I said, there was a house and a garage there at one time. Okay, I just did the footing right beside the old footing and moved it over on the other side to make it double wide.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll have to cut it, like I said, and do what I have to do, what it takes. But that's going to be more expensive. Like I said, I wish I could go do variance, just pay the extra fines and leave it like it is right now. Because I own the house in front of it and the house behind it. And the people are selling the lot next door to me, okay, where that lot is, all around. And if you look to the alley, I moved it, it's about 3 yards over, a foot over from the alley for big trucks to go through the alley.
I've got one more question for you, Mr. Lopez. I think on the elevation that Stephanie brought up, it looked like,
Excuse me, where do you live at?
I thought that's not relevant
Yeah,
to this
she's
conversation.
part of our committee.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, you're fine. On the elevation that Stephanie brought up, it looked like there were 3 garage doors.
Yes.
Are only 2 of them going to be operable, or is your intent to have 3 operable doors?
Well, they're saying I have to have just a 2-car garage instead of 3-car garage.
So your intent is
Yeah.
then to not have the third one be operable? Would that be completely filled in as you're redoing the foundation there to kind of meet those setback requirements?
I have to meet the setback, yes, I will do that. But if I can leave it a garage door, I'll use it as a garage, because like I said, I have a vintage 79 Monte Carlo that goes in the garage. And plus, like I said, I'm 79, 6 years old, and I cannot sit at home just watching TV. I have to get out and do some work, and I like to do everything, carpenter work, whatever it takes to fix things. And as you see, think I'm good shape, you know, still. So that's the only reason I wanted a 3-car garage, because my Monte Carlo sits in one garage, and then I put a workshop in the other side or something to do my work on my car. But I'm at your convenience. Whatever you decide, I got to do it. I need this. I would like to get my cars off the street, because like I said, every year in the wintertime, the cars cannot go up the big hill. They roll back and hit my cars. And I have 1 truck demolished. 3 times I had my cars hit. And I lived there about 60 years on that hill.
All right. So, sir, in the plans you submitted, it does show 2 garage doors, and then the third one, what I'm looking at the east elevation, it doesn't show a garage door. So, we've got to go by what you or your planner sent to us. So, I don't see a space for a third garage door, just to let you know. So. Ms. Mixdorf, do you see that, that east elevation?
Yeah, I mean, the one from the staff report that I'm pulling up, it shows a filled in spot that's covered
Yes.
in stucco, but it doesn't match the rest of the materiality. So it still looks like it's a third garage door, even if it's a non-functioning spot. I didn't know if there was an opportunity for that aesthetically to just match the metal panel and other materials that were being used to prevent it from looking like there are still 3 garage doors. But I see that it is a solid material at least.
Guess I'm not understanding what the third garage door has to do with the variances.
Can I have it a three-car garage doors
I
there?
don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So, yeah, so, I mean, if the 3 garages fit within those 793 square feet, and the variance is approved, then it's fine, but if it's bigger than what the board approves, then it's not fine.
Okay, so does this drawing that we're looking at that shows the 3 doors fit within the revised request?
This was the elevation sent with a revised plan with the reduced square footage. So that's why I put it.
So he could have the 3rd garage if we approve this variance.
Oh, so the proposal, even though it shows it as a solid wall of stucco at that spot, the intent is still to proceed with 3 garage doors, not the 2? Because I assume that from this elevation that only 2 would be operable.
That would be up to.
Yeah, Mr. Lopez, if granted the variance for 793 square feet, if the 3rd garage door fit within those parameters, then he would be allowed 3 doors.
So he would just have to revise his plans.
Yes, correct.
So that.
But the first one, Mr. Lopez, is, well, it was bigger square feet.
I'm just saying the front would look almost exactly like, it look a 2-car, just the one, the other garage door would be the same as the other.
Right.
Got smaller, I moved it all.
So again, you've got to keep in mind that it's the square footage, not necessarily the doors. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Mixdorf, anything else?
I have no other questions right now.
Thank you. Board members or voting members, should I say?
If there's no other public testimony, I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moran.
In docket item number 1, case number 2023-129, I move that we approve the request in accordance with the revised site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second to that?
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Anna.
Lawrence. Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Opposed?
Wright.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir, with the new revised site plan. Thank you, sir. Okay. Seeing the time is 12:20. We normally take a half-hour break at this point. For those people later in the docket, when we come back after lunch, we'll have an idea whether we will be able to hear your case today before we have to have a mandatory stop or not. And Ms. Mixdorf, as I understand it, you're gone at 1 o'clock. Is that right?
My meeting got shifted so I can move to 2 if needed, but if you have enough board members in person, I would prefer to not rejoin after the break if that works for quorum.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Randy, for showing up. Appreciate
Yep.
it.
Thank you all.
All right. So we break for 30 minutes. Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right. We'll see you back here at 10 to 1.
Off the record at 12:19.
It doesn't matter. They're all off. They're all off. They're all.
Your phone. You know, there's a place across the street you can get a sandwich.
where's my recording in progress?
Stephanie's here, okay.
Oh, Lena.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're at the afternoon meeting of our Board of Zoning Adjustment for March 12th. And we're going to kind of reorder a few items in our afternoon docket. And Anna's going to go over those with you now.
So next, we're going to take docket item 20, and then 16, and then 19, and then begin the regularly numbered order. The board has indicated that they want, you said, a hard stop at 3:30, 4 o'clock?
3:35 or 3:45, excuse me.
3:45. And then at
then-
3:45,
Yes, at 3:45, any remaining cases, we can offer to hear on Friday morning from 9 to 12. And of course, you'll be granted an automatic continuance with no fee if you'd like to come in then, or you can move to our April docket, which is April 9th. So,
docket item 20, this is case CD BZA 2024-10 for 5032 Tracy Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill residential setback standards to allow for the expansion of the back of the house, plus any other needed variances on about 0.19 acres, generally located at 5032 Tracy Avenue. The applicant is in the room with us. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 20, which is for 5032 Tracy Avenue, to please raise their hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing. We do have one person raising their hand, but I do know they're for another case, but I'll still admit them to see if they do want to comment on this item.
so no one else that you see? Miss Kelly?
Hey,
Hi,
how you
good
doing?
afternoon. Do you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
My name is Gail Kelly.
Thank you, Miss Kelly. We need to admit some exhibits for your hearing today. They're labeled 1 to 11. Do you approve us to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of those are a presentation by Miss Stephanie. Stephanie, tell us about the case.
All right, well, good afternoon. I have docket item number 20, CDBCA 2024-00010, located on 5032 Tracy Avenue, zoned R6. And the homeowner is seeking approval to a variance to the infill lot and building standards to expand the rear setback, plus any other needed variances. So the home is located down here more in the southern part of the city. Here is the property highlighted in yellow on Tracy Avenue. And then just a little bit of background, last year during July, during that wind storm, a tree fell at the back of the house. So this is the current conditions.
Thanks.
These are just some other pictures. Assuming this is what it looks like right now after they got the tree out of the way. So this is a before. This was the parameters of the home, what the lot looked like before tree fell on it. And now Miss Gale is wanting to rebuild the back of her house, but take the opportunity to expand on it. So this is the proposed expansion. The house is already 2 stories, so there's a new 2-story addition and a new garage. This is what the garage will look like. Here are the elevations for it. All right. So for the first variance, it's a variance of 23 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a rear setback of 7 feet on the subject side. So the required setback is 30 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since the proposed setback would result in the home being very close to the property line. The addition could be reduced slightly to create a larger setback, but it still needs to have enough room to house family members with physical disabilities since they cannot go upstairs. They have to live downstairs. Hence the expansion to provide enough room for them. So this is the setback here. 7 feet, 3/4 inches. All right, second request is a variance of 2.5 feet to the infill lot and building standards to permit a side setback of 2.5 feet on the subject side. So the required is 5 feet. A change to character neighborhood is anticipated because the home would result in being very close to property line. However, the existing home cannot be moved. It's already existing. But the proposed addition could be reduced slightly to create a larger setback and be code compliant, or they could use fire graded materials. Third variance, variance is 6 feet to the infill vehicular standards to permit a driveway width of 18 feet on the subject site. The required max width is 12 feet on infill lots. A change to neighborhood is anticipated since it contradicts infill vehicular standards. The driveway could be reduced, however, it did exist prior to the approval of infill vehicular standards. I'm just including this for when permits are applied for. So right now, so this is, so the home, as seen before, it was already at that 7 setback. And this yellow line is the existing driveway. So this was back to the other one. The proposed addition is set about a foot back. So, but just so you can see what that looks like. Last variance, a variance of 32% to the infill vehicular standards to permit the garage doors to occupy 72% of the garage facade. So for the garage, up to 40% of the facade can be occupied by the doors. The proposed garage doors do contradict infill vehicular standards, and it can be obviated by a change. And this was just the measurements I've made based off the scale provided. Garage is about, the facade's about 190, 70 square feet, so making square feet.
Great, thank you. Anyone have questions of city staff? Ms. Kelly, why should we approve your request today?
I'd like to rebuild my house back. I've been taking care of my uncle. Passed away. He was living in my living room, and my auntie wants to move in, and I'm getting older, and I wanted, since the tree fell, instead of me going up, I would go out with it in case other family members have to come stay with me. I've been taking care of people since I was 18. And my uncle got sick. He had prostate cancer, and he came to stay with me, and I didn't even think about getting rid of my furniture in my living room, and he stayed in my living room till he passed. And I was like, I was just working on my house, and the tree fell, and it took out the whole half of my house. And I would like to rebuild it back so I can move back in there, because me staying with families and friends, I don't really like that. And want to be able to get it approved and move back into my house.
How much are you expanding the home from where it was before, would you say?
It already had a room addition back there, and that got crushed, and I was just moving it out to add. I don't know what exactly is the square footage, because I didn't, I think it's put 2 bedrooms and a bathroom downstairs.
1,200 square feet.
Right, thank you. Board members, other questions of Ms. Kelly or comments? So you're not living in the house right now, are you, Ms. Kelly?
No, I didn't, when the tree fell, they put us out, the fire department said we couldn't live in there.
Have you discussed the expansion with any of your neighbors?
Uh,
Have you discussed the expansion with your neighbors?
yes, all my neighbors said it was okay. I got letters and all signed it and said it was fine.
The petition and the, yeah. It's on.
There's in your part of your packet that we saw, there are, letters of support from many neighbors. And then, of course, from Councilman Annette Lebeek. Your deal as well. Thank you. And all those are notarized, but they're part of the packet, so I don't need to. Anyone else?
On docket item number 20, case number 2024-10, I move that we grant the applicant's request for the variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Who wants to second it?
Second it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wright.
Variances. I think I just said variance. But
Variances. Yes, thank you.
Gorance,
Aye.
Brian,
aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project. Get back in that house.
Thank you.
How long is it gonna take?
I don't know.
Wild. Ooh.
Now we're focusing on docket item 16. This is case CDBZA 2024-13 for 812 Northwest 68th Plaza. This is a request to approve a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a larger impervious surface area in the front yard, plus any other needed variances on about 0.39 acres, generally located at 812 Northwest 68th Place. The property owner is in the room with us. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. This is a reminder for anyone who is participating online or also in the council committee room to please raise their hand or approach the microphone now so we can admit you for the public hearing. Seeing none, Mr. Chair. Oh,
Okay.
hold on. One. Tammy, accept the promotion. And they are connected.
Hello, Tammy. Can you turn on your microphone and or camera? It is. And you're interested in this case, item number 16 with the address of 812 Northwest 68th Place. Is that right?
That is the correct address. My piece of paper has it as case number 13 and not 16.
Well, that's the case number is 13, but that's the one. So
Okay.
you're interested in this case. I'd like for you and the applicant to raise their right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And please state your name one more time for the court reporter.
Tammy Duncan.
Wait, it's one at a time. So, yeah,
I went out to Chroma.
okay. And the other person in the
Tammy
audience?
Duncan. Tammy
Julie,
Duncan.
Julie Duncan, yes?
Tammy.
Pam Duncan.
Tammy.
Sorry. Bad ears today. All right. Thank you, Miss Duncan. Thank you. And I've got to ask how do you pronounce either your first or last name again?
I went out to, I go by Hawa.
Okay, thank you.
H-A-W-A.
We have to admit a number of administrative exhibits. They're labeled 1 to 9 to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to do that? Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie. Stephanie, tell us about the case.
So we got docket item number 16, CDBCA for 13, located on 812 Northwest 68th Place, zoned R-7.5, and the applicant seeking of a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a larger percentage of impervious coverage on the front yard, plus any other needed variances. The subject site is located right outside of Gladstone, on the west side of Gladstone. So this is the site right now. The driveway used to be this part on the left-hand side, and it has since been expanded. Photo of what the front yard currently looks like. Site plan, I'll zoom in a little later, but the yellow is the driveway. First variance is a variance of 33.5% to the residential vehicular standards to permit 73.5% of impervious coverage on the front yard on the subject site. The code allows up to 40%. Though a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, other houses on the block do not have such large driveways, plus an increase in pavement increases stormwater runoff. Also, the curb was cut and filled out without the proper permitting from the city. The driveway has already been built, but a change in design could have been feasible had the proper permitting process been done. Second variance is a variance of 17 feet and 8 inches to the residential vehicular standards to permit a driveway width of 39 feet and 8. Right. So the code allows up to 22 feet at the property line. Again, the other houses on the block do not have such wide driveways. The driveway is also substantially wider than the garage entrance, and the curb was cut and filled without proper permitting from city. Also per chapter 88 for 2012, the width of the driveway at the property line shall not exceed the width of the garages or parking spaces driveway leads. Again, the driveway has already been built. A change in the sign could have been feasible had there been a proper permitting process. So this is zoomed in. So right now, the driveway is about 2,400 square feet. The width at the property line, I measured that based off the scale given on the site plan. It shows about 39 feet and 8. That concludes my presentation.
Questions of staff, anyone? I'm gonna ask, Tammy, are you for or against this proposed request?
I'm against.
Thank you. All right. Ma'am, this is a massive driveway and it was constructed out of code. Why should we grant this? And speak into the microphone too.
The time I bought the house, it wasn't like the way it was. It was really, really outdated. And then the driveway, it was just a single narrow driveway. I did not want to buy the house. The realtor told me that there's a way we can buy the house. Since I have young kids and all that, I can get little space on the other side. We can just pave the other place and then go ahead and foundation it. So with my knowledge, I thought it was okay. And he obtained the money and everything, and he brought me the person that should design it. I fell for it. After I put in the driveway, before ever we realized it wasn't how. And I kept calling him. He left me hanging. There was nothing I can do anymore. And my kids were young at the time, 2 boys. They play at the quarter circle. We have a quarter circle. But being that we are closer to the highway, sometimes the car come. There was an incident, my son, and the car vehicle was like this. I have to run and I was screaming off my lungs and got my boys. But since we have the driveway, they play over there and all the neighbors and the neighborhood boys then play at my driveway. Even with their birthdays, like we have Isaac that is sick. His parents wanted to throw his birthday this winter because they didn't have money. She reached to me if they can come play at the basketball at my place. So it have been like a social play area for the boys. And for me to get rid of it, I don't have a problem, but I just think about the kids. That's all. And I didn't intend to do it because I want to validate the Lord. I didn't know what I was doing. And I was misled by the one that sold the house to us.
Well, it's a massive driveway, and that's a lot of variance you're asking for. A lot of variance. Stephanie, the yellow line that highlights in your exhibit, the last page 6. What does that indicate again? Is that the property line? Yeah.
Staff report?
Yeah, staff report, page 6. It shows, it's probably hers, her photos. No, keep on going.
Yes, it's the property line.
Okay, thank you. There are 2 vehicles parked on the left-hand side of that picture. Is that her property?
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's the picture.
Eight 816 has more than 8 cars. They can even go beyond they have so many box, truck, they all on that quarter cycle.
Who owns that concrete pad? I can't figure that out.
So this year?
Left-hand side.
Yeah, so all of this is her
It's hers.
property.
But down there where those 2 vehicles are,
No, that is the neighbors. Right here.
board members, you have questions of the applicant before we hear from Ms. Tammy? Go ahead.
You have a homeowners association?
No.
All right. Ms. Tammy, you're on. Tell us about your concern on this matter.
I live in the neighborhood and I have lived in the neighborhood for over 20 years. It is a residential area. We all have a front yard, a backyard, green space. It just does not look good. It looks commercial. It also causes problem with runoff. That area to the right of that house next to them on the right is got a huge storm drain there that oftentimes floods even with just our typical, rainy weather. And that just adds more runoff from their driveway to that whole area and causes flooding quite often. And it's more of an eyesore than anything for me. And it has taken away from a residential look completely.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tammy. That's a lot of driveway. A lot of driveway. So Ms. Stephanie, is 22 and a half. Is that what the width is? Is that what it should have been? Instead, it's 39?
Yeah, it's 22 feet.
What was the width of the original driveway was 22?
I'm Not quite sure. I believe it was less. Um, add those little numbers. But
It was a driveway to a one-car garage. Is that what I'm seeing?
your garage, sorry, so 1 or 2. Probably less than 22 feet.
So,
It looks to me like it used to be a two-car garage and half of it was converted.
oh, I see.
That was probably the width of a driveway to a
Yes,
two-car
and
garage.
then the entrance used to be where the, or when he converted, then everything just.
The applicant needs to speak into the microphone.
Oh, I said the previous person that owns the building did all the changes. It looks like there was a stairs leading up to the entrance of the living room, but it got converted. So instead of using that, they turned the garage, the one-car garage, like entrance. Yeah, so it shrink out things and they changed the plan of the house. But I bought it like that.
Did I hear correctly that you said you purchased the property like this, that the prior owner did this?
Yes. I didn't do nothing to the changing of the garage or the entrance. No.
But you paved it, right?
Did you pay a concrete contractor to?
Yes.
You're asking for a significant variance and I don't know, I'm just one board member, but that's 17 and a half feet is a lot of variance on a 22-foot wide driveway.
To me, it just looks like I know they haven't paved the entire front yard, but it kind of looks like they have. They've paved the entire width of the house. And to me, that looks like too much. I'd probably be more sympathetic to a smaller variance request, but
Still gonna have to cut out some of it though, Maggie. You know, I'm kind of with you. You're asking too much. Maybe you come back in a month and give us an alternate plan, but it is too much driveway. In my mind, it's too much driveway. So.
yeah, and we're sympathetic to, I know that's an expense to take it out, but code for a specific reason doesn't allow the paving of an entire front yard or most of a front yard. Because people don't want that commercial look in their residential neighborhoods. And the drainage, storm drainage.
No. Well, it would be, I'm just one board member, but it might be advantageous for you to take this back to your family and try to come up with a compromise and maybe even get with Miss Tammy to see what she'd be acceptable with, but it's just too much. It's just too much. So if you ask to vote it for today, no, you're going to have to cut out a bunch, but maybe you come back and I don't even know what to say. How much is because everyone here has to vote on it. So, but I'm just one board member, but I think it's too much. Yes, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be interested in try to get a lower number.
What's your opinion, ma'am? Are you okay with that?
But
I don't know what,
not looking for trouble.
no.
I don't know. Can reduce it, yeah.
So you go back to your friends and family and ask them to come up with a different proposal. Because you're gonna have to cut out some of it. I guarantee you're gonna have to cut out some of it. But come up with something that's a little bit more palatable and not being, so what, 17.5 feet? That's way too much in my mind. So,
So who's Miss Temi?
pardon me, I didn't hear.
Who's Miss Temi?
Oh, Tammy is one who doesn't like, the 39 feet and she thinks it needs to be cut back, but of course, this is your decision, not Tammy's, so.
I asked my neighbor in the front, the older couples, they've been there for over 60 years. They were like, this is the best I've seen it. I asked the other lady on the other side, her name is Claudia. She ain't have problem with it, 816, so, but I don't, I will take some of them off. But the ones that facing the place, they be like, you even give us a lights, but that will be okay.
Well,
I will reduce
come back
it.
next month,
Yeah.
and give us a different proposal, maybe bring us two of them.
Okay.
That way we can evaluate both of them and then give you a resolution to your concerns.
Okay.
Okay.
I will. If I can ask it, yes, I will.
You either have to witness their signature in front of them, or you have to get their approval notarized. So,
Okay.
all right, board members, do I hear a continuance on this to April 9th of 2024?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Gorens. Anna?
Lawrence. Moran.
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, we'll see you next month. Thank you.
Okay, now we have docket item 19. This is case CD BZA 2024-9 for 4450 Northwest Berry Road. This is a request to appeal the City Planning Commission's decision regarding case number CD CPC 2023-164, about 1.5 acres, generally located at Northwest Berry Road and North Green Hills Road. Andrew Clark is the staff planner that's associated with the project plan case. We also have the applicant in the room with us today. If you are a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item, please raise your hand now in Zoom or approach the microphone so you can make testimony. He's with the
Nobody-
applicant team.
Just the applicant.
Yeah.
team.
Are you going to speak on the case? Yeah.
So, okay, bring them all up and then we're going to swear everybody in at one time, Mr. Rowe.
There's one individual online.
Okay. Do we have a name for that person?
Tim Gates.
Sorry, Tim?
Tim.
Okay. Second. Hey, Tim, can you turn on your microphone and camera, please?
I am, and I apologize. I'm actually on item 13. And when I tried to sign in after lunch, my phone just locks up. It wouldn't
okay.
let me get
It's
in.
okay.
So
Come on back in about an hour or so. We should be hopefully on 13.
okay. I thought you're already ahead of me for some reason.
No. We took some out of order.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Gentlemen, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? As I point to you, please identify with an I do, if you want to say that, and your name for the court reporter.
I do, Ernie Johnston. John Rowe, I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Scott Tanner, I do.
Thank you, everyone. And who's speaking on the case today?
I am Mr. Chairman, John Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. There are lists of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that are part of your case today. Do you have your permission to admit those to here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I have three additional, after you admit
Okay.
your administrative exhibit.
That'll
that
be
I
great.
Brought with me.
Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Clark. Andrew, tell us about the case today.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ebbets and fellow board members. Andrew Clark, City Planning and Development, and I will share my screen. Before you today is CD-BZA-2024 number 9. This is an appeal from the City Plan Commission determination of a project plan. This is at 4450 Northwest Berry Road. It's within the First Council District, within the northwest quadrant of the city. It's located within the Berry Plaza development. This site is highlighted in yellow. It's one of the final sites that has yet to be developed in this approved development area. As you can see here, the site is on the left. It is directly west of the existing CVS. And again, here is a view looking east on Berry Road. The City Council approved this development plan in 2004, which permits retail uses at this location. So this is a vested plan. Within that ordinance, it cites that every prior to a building permit for any project in this Berry Plaza development, that a project plan shall be approved by the City Plan Commission. On January 23rd, the City Plan Commission recommended denial. Staff's recommendation was approval, as the plan that was submitted to City Planning and Development complied with the project plan standards and review criteria. And that concludes my presentation.
All right.
And just a reminder, as I was sitting at my computer, please be sure to speak into your microphone for all of those online.
All right. Mr. Rowe, why should we basically overturn the City Planning Commission?
Can I ask first if does staff have any information as to why this was denied?
We can't speak for the City Planning Commission, but in our interpretation of their discussion is that they consider it to be an unfavorable use.
All right. By the way, any other questions of city staff other than that one?
I would just want to clarify for terminology in Chapter 88, the retail sales is what this proposed use is, and the original plan says retail sales are permitted, just for clarification.
Mr. Rowe?
Yes, the record, John Rowe, and my address is 4444 North Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City. Short answer to your question, Mr. Chairman, is there were a couple of errors. First error was that the Planning Commission denied a project plan for retail sales in District B3-3, which is Community Business District that allows retail sales. And the second reason there was an error by the Planning Commission is because they used the reason of lack of public engagement as a reason to deny this request for project plan approval, when in fact public engagement was not required. So that's our presentation is geared to proving those two errors to try and get the decision overturned and get approval of this project plan. So just by way of background, I represent the applicant, which is Prime 11 LLC, and the principal of that entity is Nazar Rajani. The address of the property that we're going to talk about is 4450 Northwest Berry Road. And as noted, this is an appeal of a decision of a denial of a project plan to allow for retail sales in zoning district B3-3. And with me today, as part of our presentation team, is Scott Tanner, the civil engineer company, BHC, He represents, is with BHC. Ernie Johnston to my right, he's the owner of Johnston Construction Company, and he's part of the construction group. And we also have Chris Woods with WGN Architects, who is the project plan architect. And just one little note, I understand we got 15 minutes. I think we're going to run just a little bit over that because we have 3 speakers and we have 9 approval points that are in the ordinance to address. So
Try to go as fast as you
we're
can.
going to go as fast as we can. I just want to let the board know that I did, in accordance with your rules, did file a request for some additional time in writing as required by your rules. Andrew's covered a lot of the kind of nuts and bolts about the site. What I would add to that, the site that we're going to talk about is about 1.5 acres in size. It's undeveloped. We abut Berry Road on the south, and there's an existing approximate 100-foot wide, maybe wider in some spots, dense strip of trees and vegetation on the west of our site that provides a buffer between the subject property and the neighborhood to the west. I do want to emphasize that the property that we're talking about, that's the subject of this project plan, is part of a master planned development called Berry Plaza. Some of you may be familiar with it. There's a CVS immediately east of our proposed site. And there are, Berry Plaza is basically a multi-building commercial development, approximately 15 acres in size, and has been noted that master plan was approved by City Council Ordinance 040856 on August 12th, 2004. So this master plan has already been approved, and Berry Plaza has developed, and now my client's coming in on one of the last, if not the last, lots within the master plan that was approved by the City Council with a retail sale operation on a master plan whose site is approved for retail sales in a zoning district that allows retail sales. And we're proposing to construct a 6,000 square foot retail building on what is called Lot 2 within that Berry Plaza development. Our building is west as the CVS, as I mentioned, and it's oriented to maintain a consistent setback with the surrounding buildings. Now, with regard to this particular appeal, this project plan was on the consent agenda for the Planning Commission meeting towards the end of January, their second meeting in January. And I'm emphasizing, it was on the consent agenda. The chairman of the Planning Commission requested that this project be removed from the consent agenda to be taken up on the regular agenda. And after the staff made its presentation and recommended approval of the project plan, and the applicant had a chance to talk, and there were no other persons who appeared, the Planning Commission voted to deny this project plan. And the vote to deny was not unanimous. It was 3-1. And so the city development code, zoning and development code, does provide an appeal of a denial of a project plan. So that's how we get here. Now, that appeal section in the zoning code doesn't give us a lot of information. So, and I understand from city staff that an appeal from the Planning Commission is rare. So we're kind of in a little bit of uncharted water, if you will, here. And that's frankly why we're going to some Great Lakes that might take a little bit longer here to present this. We did receive an email from Mr. Clark saying that we would need to prove that the Planning Commission made an error in applying the zoning and development code to our project plan. And I don't know that that provision is found in the zoning code, but that's fine because we can and will show that the Planning Commission made an error in applying that zoning code to this project plan. And as we get into this, I just want for your own information here, if you wanted to look, where do we find the approval criteria for a project plan? Answer, it's in 88-516-05 of the code, the zoning code. It's titled Approval Criteria for Plans. And the first sentence says, quote, in order to be approved, a development plan, project plan, or site plan must comply with all of the following criteria. And then it lists A through I. And so that's why I have these other gentlemen here with me today to address A through I. But what I want to do before they speak is address this question of why did the Planning Commission do what they did? And I think we've got an answer for that. I did get a transcript of the planning commission hearing. I really didn't see a way to get the video, and I didn't know just coming here and playing that video for you would be time efficient. So I've got the transcript of the hearing. I had Emerald Court reporters do this, paid them to do that, and I've marked that as Exhibit 19, and there's the original and several copies. So if each of the board members wanted to have their own copy, I did that. And while we're at it, I marked Exhibit 20, which is the plan sheet, the project plan. And we've added some architectural features that the project architect will talk about. I marked that as Exhibit 20, and originals on top with multiple copies for board members. And then I just brought one paper aerial photo, and then Mr. Johnson took some additional photos that are on this thumb drive, and I'd just like to call all of those photos Exhibit 21.
All right, those will be admitted.
And just for clarification, with our staff report, Exhibit 12 will be the transcript. Exhibit 13 will be the updated plans, then 14, the map,
The
Photos.
photos.
the photos,
Yeah.
excuse me. Yep.
And that's fine. I never know if there's going to be some other exhibits, so I always leave a little room, and that's the way they do it in court anyway. So anyway, with that, what I would say is it's clear from the transcript that the members of the Planning Commission who voted to deny this project plan thought public input should have been required, and because it wasn't, they voted to deny it. And therein lies the error in applying the zoning and development code. They imposed a condition that's not a requirement under the code. Now, the staff report for the Planning Commission hearing, which is attached to today's staff report,
Right.
as an exhibit, on page 1 clearly states, quote, public engagement as required by 88505-12 does not apply to this request. And notwithstanding that public engagement was not required, if we go to the transcript, page 4, starting on line 24 and then continuing over onto page 5, line 15, it says, and this is by Mr. Crowell, so on this project, there's no public comment required. Just my thought, given the nature of this business, that there be some kind of public comment. And Mr. Clark answered, so the project plan back in 2004, it would have gone through the entire process of, and well, planning, zoning, and economic development. But no, a project plan is consent because the use, retail sales for this use, it falls on, it is permitted by right. So the entitlement was already approved by City Council to allow this use. Staff's job is just to make sure that the proposed plan complies with what was previously approved and the zoning code, but no additional engagement is required. And Mr. Crowell said, okay, all right, that answers my question. But that's not where it ended. And just like how you conduct your meetings, they went through the rest of your meetings and, let the commissioners make comments and ask questions, and then they closed the public testimony. So now I'm over on page 9 of this transcript, and Mr. Crowell says, thanks. So as we close testimony, just for me, I'm not in favor of this project. I just think there should have been some, given the nature of it, I think there should have been some kind of public comment, whether it's by right or not. I just wish the neighbors or neighborhoods would have had an opportunity to at least know about it before it actually gets built. That's my opinion. So with that, if there's no other comments, I'll take a motion from the commission then. So Mr. Crowell was one of the 3 no votes. Very clear in his comments, he's voting no because he says he thinks there should have been some kind of public comment. And he even says whether it's by right or not. And we don't have a public engagement requirement on this. Okay, we go to Commissioner Hill. She's one of the 3 no votes on this. Listen to what she said. I'm on page 10, line 12 through line 21. Ms. Hill, I guess I mean it's already been answered for me on why there wasn't any public engagement. But when I look at the Google ARC, I see multifamily housing like maybe less than a mile. So it just seems that when you are building in, even on a commercial thoroughfare, where there is mixed use or residential, that there will be some type of engagement from the neighborhood. But I support Commissioner Crowell. It would be a no for me. So there's 2 of the 3 no votes saying right on the record, public engagement, I think it should have happened, and it didn't, and I'm going to vote no. This second one, I'm going to support Commissioner Crowell. Okay, we have a 3rd commissioner, Commissioner Hasek, or Hasek, I don't know how to pronounce the last name, Hasek for our record. When it was his turn to give his comments before motion was made, here's what he said. Crowell, and I'm on page 13, line 2. Other comments from the commissioners. Mr. Hasek, not a whole lot that hasn't already been mentioned. I'll just kind of throw in mine. Typically, I'm not one to say that every face of the building needs to have premium materials. But I do think the case is that because it's so close to the residential neighborhood and that, you know, given several months out of the year that most of the faces will be visible, I think there's a pretty strong case for that in this specific case. And that partly is just due to the nature of these more suburban projects that they are visible on all 4 sides in a lot of cases. So I think it would have been nice to see that level of care at least added to the 3rd side with the neighborhood, if not all of the sides. I also agree that it would have been good to have neighborhood input just given the nature of the project and its direct proximity to the neighborhood. So I will be voting in favor with or against with our 2 commissioners. So there's the 3rd one saying public engagement, which is not required, saying that. But he also raised one other issue, and I want to tell you that that was addressed in the transcript. So if we look at page 6 of the transcript, Mr. Clark addressed this exterior materials comment that Mr. Hasek said was one of his reasons why he was going to vote no. Page 6, line 23, Mr. Clark said, so staff always encourages high-quality building materials, especially the brick, which the applicant did provide for anything that faces Berry Road. A good example is the Christian Brothers Automotive is all brick, and then the McDonald's that you recently approved last year is all brick. So we're trying to at least have a consistent building material of brick on the corridor, and especially at this intersection. The Costco also has, or the CVS also has some brick, but there is no required design elements in this project area, no design guidelines. And then one of the other commissioners, the one who voted against the motion to deny, Ms. Beasley, she asked some questions about the elevations of the other buildings in the Berry Plaza development. And so I think the dialogue there is interesting for our purposes as well. We're going to go to page 12. Okay, so Mr. Clark is getting a slide up on his screen at this point in time. And so Mr. Clark says, okay, this is what you will see, but there is a significant grade change. And then right here, you can see there is a buffer between the homes and the structure. But the back of these buildings to the north, so this would be the buildings to the north of our proposed site in the Berry Plaza development. But the back of these buildings to the north look pretty much the exact same as this building, Ms. Beasley. So there's consistency down the line on the rear and on the front, Mr. Clark? Correct. And Ms. Beasley, so again, it's vegetation. There's no fencing for the buffer. No fencing. The site is pretty far away, as you can see. Okay, so we have that. So we have a commissioner, Hasek, voting to deny because of the elevations on the west, but there's no required design guidelines for this project area and no design elements for this project area. But notwithstanding that, what was marked, I called it 20, and I've already forgotten what Honest has renumbered it as. Notwithstanding that, we've gone ahead, and our project architect will address that. We've put more brick. We have 4-sided architecture now. We did what everyone else did, which was the faces that could be seen from the Berry Road corridor had brick, but now we've added it. Okay. So two errors to keep in mind: denial of a project plan to allow retail sales in a zoning district B3 that allows retail sales. And two, imposition of a public engagement requirement as a reason for denial when public engagement was not required. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to Scott Tanner to address the approval criteria to show that we meet those approval criteria.
Hasn't staff already stated that you met the approval requirements? So I'm not sure we need to
Yeah.
hear too much about that because,
I've got 5 good pages of information.
Yeah.
but staff's already agreed with you, so
Well, if we have I guess, for lack of a better word, a stipulation, the staff report does say that in today's staff report on page 2, number 3, there towards the top of the page, city planning and development staff recommended approval with conditions as the project plan complied with 88-516-05 of the zoning and development code. Just so we're clear, 88-516-05 of the zoning and development code is the approval criteria applicable to a project plan. So staff says we met it.
Correct.
Moran, I'm saying I'm prepared to prove that we meet it if you don't need the time for it.
we've got a lot of cases.
And I agree, but I just want to be sure, we're making a record here and
That's fine.
But
But I think let's hear from Mr. Ernie.
okay.
And part of mine was covering part of the sections of that criteria, like section F, because Scott and Chris had other things. But I think bottom line, my main emphasis was the dense landscaping in between the residential and the commercial.
Right.
Which is on the exhibit on the flash drive for the pictures that I took. Even in the dead of winter with no foliage, you can't really see any houses. Maybe the roof of one of the houses, but definitely not from the west to the east, which is towards our property. So obviously in the middle of the summer with all the trees in leaf, there is no visible connection there. But architecturally, we've also made the provision of putting premium architecture on 4 sides so that wasn't
When did you do that? Was that before you went to the plan commission or
well,
after?
I think that has to be defined on the premium side. We had an initial design of stucco and rock veneer. Got changed to stucco and brick veneer. Then it got changed to, hey, we want 50% brick veneer. So that change was made this last time to include into all 4 sides at least 50%. I think
So
we're
that's
actually-
after the plan commission.
Yes.
Okay.
It's on Compass now. It's been put on Compass. But that was just to meet the need of the comment. So I think bottom line is that it's consistent on the west side of the master plan. We probably have more of a buffer than almost all those buildings down that west side that back up to the residential area, where there's very minimal visual break between the two. So I think that main issue plus the no design criteria, it's very eclectic in the development. So there's split face CMUs, there all kinds of stuff. So I think ours is a premium, at least that or above that, as far as the design aspect is concerned. I think that was the main concern that we had heard.
Okay.
I think to that, I would just add one other comment that if you do look at the photo, particularly the one on the face of the plan sheets.
Yes.
If you look what is west of our property, there's really only 2 houses in there, maybe 3 if you count the one that's to the northwest, but that's north of our north line. Because I think that area I think there's a water feature of some sort there in that neighborhood, and there's a dam and there isn't much below the dam area there. I think there's a soccer field or some kind of
play field.
Play area. But I'm trying to point out that there aren't houses up and down that east line, which would be our west line. There's a couple houses in there, but they're on that little knuckle of that street and they face to the north and northwest. So their rear yards are to that. So if you were doing some measuring, that buffer is at least 100 feet wide, and just using the Google Earth measuring tool, in some places it's 113, 115 feet wide. And if you were to measure from our property over to those 2 houses, you're talking 400, 500 feet from our property, from where our building's going to be on our property over to those houses, short of a couple of football fields. So anyway, in the interest of time and understanding that these 3 other witnesses were here to prove that we meet those elements, if the board, in the interest of time, is comfortable that staff is saying that we meet those approval criteria, then I could make just maybe a one
So-
conclusion.
So, Mr. Rowe, on the backside, we're going to have, just stucco, we're going to have a brick. What's on the backside, Ernie?
It's a stucco with a brick veneer, a brick wainscot, so it's consistent with the front side, the public side.
Okay. So if I
there's-
look at the front picture of this, what they call the east or west elevation, that'd be the backside. Is
So
that
the north
correct?
elevation would be towards the master plan, the west elevation would be towards the residence. And it's got brick column,
I see it here.
yeah, I don't want to call them coins, but it's wainscot with basically columns.
All
And
right.
it's a lot of brick.
Any windows back there?
No windows, just a personnel door.
Okay,
And the dumpster enclosure is also masonry,
good.
in case anybody wouldn't know.
I think that's important.
Well, I do like to keep them enclosed.
No judgments on the sales. So vaping materials along with booze or liquor?
Yeah, liquor, vape, cigarettes.
No marijuana?
No cannabis. No desire.
Tell me some of the other stores that are in that strip or in that center. I heard CVS.
It's, you got I think a doggy daycare, you got the social security office, I think. No, I'm just doing it from memory right now.
Sure.
There's some administrative offices. I think a landscaper or contractors in that area. They're building another new one. I don't know what that is. So it's just a wide variety. Automotive
Yeah,
shop,
I was gonna mention, there's a Quick Care Automotive.
CVS.
Just trying to see if there'd be any competition, any other
I
people.
didn't
selling.
see any.
The CVS sell, they don't sell cigarettes anymore, I don't think.
I don't
They
think
sell
they sell
liquor.
cigarettes. They have a liquor department.
Do they really?
I think.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
Okay,
What's the beer cave? That's another alcohol.
Well, Beer Cave is nothing more than a marketing feature where you walk into the cooler to get your beer.
yeah. Oh, that's your deal.
You see that in almost every liquor.
All right.
Basically, Mr. Chairman, just in conclusion, what we're respectfully requesting from the BZA is that they sustain the appeal, reverse the CPC denial, and approve the project plan. Is what we're here.
Subject to the new condition, the new plan that you
And
presented.
that's been made part of our case number on that.
Yes.
We've submitted that to city staff.
Right.
It seems to me we don't have much discretion in this matter. I mean, this is a project plan. If they meet the criteria, I understand maybe now more CPC's section to it, but I just don't think that's our role. And
Chris, have anything to say? Where's Scott, right? Was it Chris or Scott? Both.
Two of them.
Yeah. Well, Scott, just go brief. Just what do you
I'm
want to say?
here. I've been here all day. I might as well say stuff. No, I don't have anything else to say.
What about Chris? Good, thank you.
and I do appreciate their upgrading the
So do
Yeah.
I.
aesthetics of it.
And just to make part of it, we already have been approved by regulated industries for our liquor license. So that process
already got
already
that in.
occurred and we already have the license.
All right. Board members, any other comments, questions and or motion?
You got some neighbors that are against it though? You did have some?
Haven't had any comments.
Okay, on docket item number 19, if no one else has any.
No one else has raised their hand on Zoom.
I move that we grant, in case number 2024-9, I move that we grant the appeal and overturn the decision of the Plan Commission in accordance with the revised plans with the upgraded materials and the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion.
And all the conditions and the
Yeah, the
staff report.
the
The
conditions.
conditions,
Right.
bunch of conditions, right?
Project plan.
You approve the
Recommended.
recommendations that our planners
The conditions.
suggested.
The conditions,
Yes.
yes.
We meet the conditions.
Okay, good.
Okay.
And does that motion also include an approval of the project plan? Mr. Clark
Yes.
mentioned that,
Yes, it would be an approval since we're overturning the decision of the planning commission.
Do I have a second to that? Thank you, Mr. Gorence.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
I,
and Ebbets.
Aye. Project's approved. Good luck with it, gentlemen. Thank you for coming and thank you for waiting.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we originally had to skip over docket item 5 because the applicant wasn't here.
Right?
I've been told that they're online, so then we can now go through the regularly
Right.
published agenda.
Number 5 is what we.
That's the court
What?
reporter.
He's
Mhm.
coming up. He's number 9 or 10. So he'll be next up. We'll get to you.
Brian asking it and see if they raise their hand.
Okay, this is a quick call for docket item number 5. This is case 143 Lawn Avenue. If you are the applicant or property owner on this particular case, please make yourself known. Okay.
All right, well,
Okay, docket item number 9. They look online. Docket item number 9, CD BZA 2024-17 for 5700 Central Street. This is a request to approve a variance to accessory structure standards in a residential area to allow for a pool to encroach into the front yard, plus any other necessary variances in an R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, and the Warnell Homestead Overlay District on about 0.3 acres, generally located at 5700 Central Street. Stephanie Seldari is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant is online. This is also a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on 5700 Central Street to please raise their hand now or approach the microphone so we can admit you into the public hearing. And there is the applicant has been connected as well as an additional person named James.
All right.
And the owner, Suzanne Fox, was online, but I think she had to drop off earlier.
Will you be speaking on her behalf?
Yes, we're
Okay,
Piper
great.
Wind Architects. They should have the affidavit for that.
It's great. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand to be anyone else out there?
And James.
Or yeah, James, you've got your microphone on.
Yep, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, everyone, swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Michael Blackledge, yes.
Thank you.
James Bowman, I do.
Great. And who's the other gentleman? I heard Michael. Oh, James.
James Bowman, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bowman. And who's speaking on the case? Is it Michael or James?
Yes, Michael. I'm
Okay,
representing the
thanks, Michael.
Foxes.
There's a list of 9 administrative exhibits we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Great, those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your case. Stephanie, tell us about it today.
All right, so case number 9, CDBCA 2024-17, located on 5700 Central Street, zoned R-6/Warnell Homestead Overlay -3. So the applicant seeking a variance to the required setbacks and building standards for accessory structures to allow for a swimming pool to encroach in the front yard. So the property is located in the Warnell Homestead Overlay neighborhood area down southwest of Kansas City. Highlighted in yellow on 57th and Central is the property. So this is the property. If this looks familiar to some of the board members, they had requested a variance last year for the detached garage height. Now they are back with a new variance for an in-ground pool in the side yard. And this pool goes about 4 feet in front of the home, making it encroach into the front yard. So here it is zoomed in. So the pool is surrounded by a pool deck, so it does not need to be 10 feet away from the home, so that's not required. So here is the 40-foot front setback. The pool is 6 feet away from the setback, while the home is almost 10.5 feet apart from the setback. So it encroaches 4 feet. And it is 16 feet away from the built detached garage. So the variance request is a variance to the setbacks and separations of accessory structures to allow for a swimming pool to encroach into the front yard. This would be a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated due to part of the swimming pool will be in front of the house, causing it to be closer to the street than the house, which is the primary structure. The pool could be moved 4 feet back to be aligned with the house, thus not encroaching on the front yard, making it code compliant. The pool would still meet the setback requirements if pushed back 4 feet. Alternatively, the size of the pool can be reduced to meet code. That concludes my presentation.
All right, questions of staff? Okay,
The front fence is made out of what, wrought iron?
I believe,
It's
Uh,
wood, it's a privacy wood fence, so
Oh,
it's wood boards.
how tall is it?
There's a wrought iron fence at the street on top of the retaining wall, but back at the house, it'll be privacy wood fence. And it'll be 4 feet high coming off of the corner of the raised terrace that's in front of the house. And the raised terrace is about 4.5 feet above grade at that point.
Well, the kids can't get in the pool when they're not home.
Correct. The
Any
fence
other-
that comes off the raised terrace will be the required fence for pools for safety purposes. Is that your question? I'm not sure.
Yes.
so any other questions of staff? Michael, why should we approve this project for Mr. and Mrs. Fox?
They have an intended layout of putting the seating and grill area on the west side of the pool, which is what pushed the pool further to the east. They have a couple kids, so they want to maximize the length of the pool as much as they can, while still being respectful of the front yard, just for the size of the family, so they can all be in there at the same time. The raised terrace on the front of the house, as I mentioned, is about 4.5 feet above grade, and the 4-foot fence would come off the corner of that, heading south to the south property line. So, from all intents and purposes, from the street or the front yard, you wouldn't see the pool or wouldn't believe it would change the character or the corner house as viewed from the right of way. I'm happy to entertain any further questions to help clarify that.
And as I'm looking at the front of the house, sir, the pool will be on the right. Is that correct?
On the left. The
So
front of the house.
between
Yeah.
the two homes. There's another home to the left. as I'm
That's the
looking.
detached garage. That's in the southwest corner. It's a
Oh,
3-car
I've been looking at a
garage. Oh.
photo.
so it would be on the southern part of the lot.
If you're looking at the photo, yes, there's a house. It'll be between the house that's on the left and the
Right.
front. Yes, correct.
I don't know. Go ahead and ask that.
That garage is gonna be covering up the pool from is that the left side?
What do you mean by will it be covering it up?
Well, from the neighbors? No,
From the neighbors to the west, it would, not the neighbors to the south.
And why can't you move the pool back so it's in compliance with the code? It's 4 feet.
Correct. It was the owner's desire to have kind of a grilling area and outdoor seating over there and enough circulation so that you're not feeling like you're at the edge of the pool gonna fall in. So, but beyond that, I cannot provide an additional support and moving it one way or the other. And for them, it makes more sense to keep the gathering area on the west side than on the east side because it's closer to the backyard and the patio area over there.
Right.
Couldn't it just be moved closer to the existing patio, further north?
Pool or
The seating
barbecue
area. I mean, it looks like they've got room to move it north, so you could move the pool over to the west.
I would have to defer to owners' use of that space. I'm not familiar with what they have going on to the north. So the seating plan and grill area plan I've seen is all that stuff is on the west end of the pool, which is the reason for the location of the pool and extending a few feet into the front yard.
The fence around the pool, it's going to be approximately 8 feet tall, I guess, in the front. You said there's,
It's 4 feet.
well, it's 4 feet on top of I thought you said a 4
Well,
foot.
the pool is at grade. So I guess my point being was that the front porch is, the wall around the front porch is 4.5 feet high. So the 4-foot fence coming off of that isn't going to be any taller than the existing raised terrace on the front of the house.
Okay, and
'Cause
that
it's an-
complies with code as far
Yes,
as
4 foot is
pool-
yep,
pool requirements?
yep, that's both zoning and pool requirements. It meets. If
Mr.
it was
Blackledge,
taller, if the fence was taller, it would not comply, but 4 feet does comply, yes.
has the garage been built yet?
They have the permit issued. I don't know if it has started construction on the pool because they were also doing a renovation to the main house, which I believe is nearing completion.
So the detached garage that we gave approval to, I think last year, that has not yet been constructed.
Not fully, for sure.
You're not for
They may
sure,
have
or-
broken ground, but I know it hasn't been
They have not.
fully erected.
So there's an existing 3-story garage on that property. So I'm the property owner to the immediate south. So I own 5710 Central Street.
Okay.
So they've started the garage addition, sir, but they haven't finished it? Is that what I hear you saying?
No, there's an existing 3-story garage that's been there since I've owned my property, which is over 4 years.
Right.
So the exception that they got, which we were part of that conversation as well, right, was to actually demolish or renovate the existing garage structure and add, I think, 3 or 4 feet to it in height, right past the 16 feet that's allowed by the existing code. So. But the current structure that's there is the same structure that's been there for the past 4 years.
Right.
Not sure exactly how old it is.
They haven't demolished it yet to start the new construction.
And you're the immediate neighbor to them, right, sir?
Correct. Yeah, we share a property line, so I'm just to the south, so 5710 Central Street.
And are you concerned about the pool at all?
Generally speaking, I'm opposed to it extending past, the front of the property line, right? I love the Foxes, right? They're actually great neighbors. Don't necessarily have a problem with them building the pool or anything like that, assuming it all is done to code and whatnot. But it extending past, the front of their house means it extends, quite candidly into the front of my house. So, the front facades of both properties, if you want to think about it that way, are on the same plane. I too have a front porch. If you're standing on my front porch and, entering my front door, which is on, my right-hand side, which would be the side closest to the property line that we share. And if there's a pool right there, you could quite literally, wave to somebody, in the pool, if you're standing at the front of my property. So one of the nice things about my neighborhood is just that, the way the porches are set up, it's very common to have that kind of front facade, and a backyard. They're just separate kind of living spaces, and the ability to, if somebody's hanging out in the backyard, I could be on the front and we're not necessarily cohabitating. But yeah, so, it extending into, that kind of plane, diminishes, maybe that separation, right, that we once would have.
That's my concern as well. I'm not opposed to the pool. I'm just opposed to that 4-foot segment that comes, and disturbs those sight lines as I'm at 5710 or maybe 5718, and I'm looking down to my left and I'm seeing kids flashing and having a good time with their gigantic water toys in the pool. That's my only concern about this pool. So that's my two pieces. It's a great neighborhood you live in. I mean, the Foxes and you, I'm very familiar with it. So beautiful homes.
Agreed.
Obviously, we have nothing against the Foxes because we gave them their variance on the garage not too long ago. So that's not the issue. It's not them, it's the pool.
And we supported that as well. So certainly.
Right. All right, board members, any other comments?
And the only variance requested is for that 4 feet.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's it.
I agree with you. It's just weird putting it in the front yard. I don't see the necessity for it.
So I'm just telling you, we've got a lot of dissent on that 4-foot section. We're not against the pool. You can express that to Jeff and Suzanne, Mr.
Understood.
Blackledge.
Yep.
But I just don't, I mean, I'm just one board member, but we'll let the other board members make the motion. Thank you. Board members?
Anybody else have any comments or that they want to talk about?
Agree.
Yeah, so do I.
Okay, so on docket item number 9, case number 2024-17, I move that we deny the request for the variance.
I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright. Please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. We're sorry. Thank you for coming.
Understood. Thank you.
Hey, I've got to step back on this case.
Okay.
Okay. Here's your script if you need it.
Welcome, Michael.
2-1, number 10.
Okay. And Randy is also gone, so I don't know if we need to like very temporarily have a vice chair for this case since Ebbets is recusing himself.
If you guys want to make a motion.
I make a motion that we allow Ms. Moran to serve as vice chair in the absence of vice chair.
I can,
Oh, sorry, I was taking my notes. Lawrence.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Well, yeah, I don't know if she's gonna vote for herself or, okay.
Thinking about it.
Okay, and hold on, let me finish getting. Okay, docket item number 10, this is case CD BZA 2024-8 for 7640 Warnell Road. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to a non-conforming sign on about 0.8 acres, generally located at 7640 Warnell Road. Myself, Anna Naniski, is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant is in the council committee room with us today. This is a reminder for anyone who's online to please raise your hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing. Done. I'll just go ahead and start my presentation.
Okay, you're Mr. Untrusty?
I am.
Okay, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And that's all we have? He's the only one?
Yes, no one else has raised their hand or approached the microphone.
Okay, and how many, we've got 10 exhibits? One has a green X on it. I don't know if that's an exhibit.
10 exhibits, yes.
Okay. Mr. Entresty, do you have any objection to our admitting the administrative exhibits number 1 through 10? Those will be admitted.
As mentioned, we're focusing on docket item number 10. This is case CD BZA 2024-8. Property in question, 7640 Ronald Road. The zoning district is B3-2, which is a commercial zoning district, and the applicant is appealing zoning violations related to a non-conforming pole sign. Property is located in the southern portion of Kansas City along Ronald Road. A close-up of the site in yellow at the intersection of West 77th and Ronald Road. The notice of violation states that there is a non-conforming on-site commercial advertising pole sign at the location, that it was found in disrepair and or advertising a business that is no longer at the current site. So therefore, it's deemed abandoned and must be removed. Just for a little refresher, that pole signs are no longer an approved sign type within the Kansas City, Missouri Zoning and Development Code. Of course, we have monument signs, wall signs, roof signs, etc. But pole signs are no longer a permitted sign type. If a property does have a pole sign, those non-conforming signs can remain if they're advertising an activity on site, and maintained structurally sound, etc. But if there is a pole sign that is deemed abandoned, or it's blank, it's advertising a business or activity that's no longer occurring on the subject property, then it can be deemed non-conforming and abandoned. We also consider a principal use to be one activity or multiple activities of chief importance on the lot, where that structure, that land is primarily being used ordinarily used for that permitted use. So this is images taken by the zoning code enforcement officer. We can see the commercial building in question. I would guess that it was some sort of automotive use. It appears very vacant. There's all the signs have been removed from the property. No activity, as well as there's nothing in the parking lot, as well as the pole sign in question being blank. Again, another close-up of the non-conforming sign in question. And some key points that also active business license on the site. I could find none in my research. And that according to the zoning code, that an appeal may be sustained only if the BZA finds that the zoning administrative official erred. In this case, it's the zoning compliance city staff. We do not believe that they erred per photo evidence of the site being vacant and the pole sign being vacant. That concludes my staff presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And maybe this is a question for Mr. Deddy, but what did our investigation show? How long has this been blank? How long has this sign been, or the business been abandoned? But I'm curious, how long has this been sitting there vacant? Okay. I mean, it looks like it's not a day. It looks like it's been a while.
Couldn't he put up there for sale or for lease and a phone number, and that would be an active sign? Save him some money.
I don't believe so. I think under the code, that's still considered blank. Is that right, Anna?
That is correct.
Well, I can come back.
Been
to
over
you.
a year, right?
Okay, okay. Mr. Entersey, why should we grant your appeal?
If I may, just to clarify questions you asked. That is exactly the day that the abandonment building is not vacant. It is being used. It was being used and prepared for lease. It's a commercial building. My client, I'll just go through this and then we can circle back to answer some other questions. I'm Mark Untersea. I'm with Untersea and Associates. I'm an attorney. I'm the applicant in this. I'm the authorized representative of the owner, 7640 Warnell Road, Columbia 7640 Warnell Road, subsidiary of the Tutera Group. Tutera Group is a longtime property owner, developer, and landlord in Kansas City and surrounding communities. They're a responsible and committed corporate citizen with a history of owning, improving, and leasing property in and around Kansas City. Why we're here. The property here, property owners share an appeal of a notice of abandonment and an order to abate issued by city planning, seeking a determination of this board to set aside, overturn the determination, and confirm, quote, deemed abandonment. That's the basis upon which on that issue. It's well established under Missouri law that Kansas City, Missouri ordinance and Kansas City, Missouri ordinances that a permitted use is, quote, grandfathered following an ordinance or zoning change and becomes a legal non-conforming use continue thereafter, so long as it's in continuous use. And in this instance, it is in continuous use. Equally well settled under Missouri law that a legal non-conforming use is a vested property right, not become unlawful based on future code changes. And I can cite cases if you like. 969 Southwest 2nd, 888. In this case, the city has, quote, deemed the non-conforming use, which is a pre-existing sign, abandoned under 15C6. That determination was made by Melissa Simon, a community engagement officer of the city planning and development. Under Missouri law, the owner's actions did not constitute abandonment, and forced removal of the sign would constitute an unlawful taking of a vested property right. Case law all the way back to 1962. Missouri law requires two elements be shown to constitute abandonment of a non-conforming use. First, an intention to abandon. Second, some overt act or failure to act, which carries the implication that owner does not claim or retain any interest. Also, right out of the case. Here, neither element is present. The owner, 7640 Warnell, is a commercial property owner. Landlord has immediately offered, upon the vacation of the prior tenant, landlord has immediately offered the property for lease, has undertaken many steps at great expense to improve the property by working with the Kansas City Police Department community outreach officers to address security concerns in and around the building, and following recommendations by adding security cameras, adding additional lighting, reinforcing existing and replacing doors, installed alarm systems. Additionally, during the interim, during the 13 months, I think that the current owner has owned the property, period of which was used by the old tenant owner to vacate the property. It wasn't overnight. It was a process, not an event. And the owner also during that time followed up on an environmental report that was issued and completed all required tasks thereunder this was a brake and muffler shop before. And you can see from my exhibits, and I won't go through them in detail because they're demonstrative of the predominant sign usage up and down Warnell Road. There are pictures in there of many signs that are blank. This has been there for 40 years. And the property was purchased with the intent of being able to use the sign. As I said, there was no abandonment of this sign. The owner, in an effort to improve the appearance of the sign, did remove the brake and muffler shop and the related information there. The reason that was done is because old customers, as I said, this business has been there for almost 40 years. And the business, having been there so long, people would come and just leave their cars. And then those cars might be stolen, it might be vandalized, they might be subject to other problems. And so in an effort to prevent and demonstrate that pro brake and muffler wasn't there, they removed the sign and upgraded it, in my opinion. If you look at, I think attachments, the pre-existing sign, I think, was there, 7 and 12 in Anna's staff report. It shows what appearance of the previous sign on 7 and 12 shows the two things. It shows the replacement of those panels pending a new tenant, an executed lease with a new tenant, cleaned up, removed so that the pro brake and muffler is not being advertised.
Anna, could you show what he's talking about? Because I'm not sure. I haven't, my staff report's not showing what he's talking about.
Oh, it's one of
7
my
and
exhibits. It's in the order that for some reason, we uploaded them in kind of a logical order, but we made the mistake of naming some of them, view
Okay.
east, view south.
But if she could just show us so we understand what you're referring to.
Right. So the point is that it was done in an effort to improve the look, not pending a new tenant. And
When did the tenant leave?
sorry, I don't know the exact date. They closed in late 2022. The tenant vacated sometime thereafter. They began the process of cleaning up, preparing the building for and marketing it for lease. I know several of you are in the real estate business. You understand you can't, let's say it was a McDonald's and the McDonald's moved away and they took down, I guess I'm dating, golden arches or the sign that said McDonald's. And you can see there are many signs up and down, and that building wasn't leased for a period of time. Because that was removed and McDonald's is no longer there, it creates an untenable situation for commercial landlords. I mean, you're giving up a very valuable, signage is a valuable property right. And to deprive them of that without notice, without an opportunity to cure, which I'll get to in a minute, but just arbitrary.
But it sounds like there hadn't been an active business there for over a year.
Oh, no.
That was being advertised on that sign.
It was.
That
was taken down after the tenant left.
In
And again, I
22.
can't, no. They bought the
That's what you
property.
just said.
They bought the property in late 20. They, and I don't know the exact date. But then the business that was operating continued briefly and then proceeded to move out their accumulated 40 years worth of stuff. And then thereafter, the landlord, the owner, undertook to clean up, address security concerns, replace windows, doors, et cetera, in preparation for offering the building for lease. And since then, it's been offered on their website, various listing services as available for lease. They've been very close on a couple of tenants. You know, they didn't, frankly, the city's very keen on undesirable uses, and there are certainly a number of undesirable uses, at least in my opinion, up and down. So they didn't rush out to try to sell it to a pot shop or a vape shop or a massage parlor or a liquor store or any of those things. They're trying to find, actually the most recent, interesting one, most recent negotiation has been with Meineke, which is a muffler and is similar use. Find them, you know, that's the view up and down. That's no, look at your fifth. There. That was the existing sign. Now,
And do you know the date of this photograph?
I took it myself about, no, I'm sorry, that's wrong. That was in January. Sometime, actually, I shouldn't say that.
Of
because
2023?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Because this was left
exactly
at the
when
end
that
of
was taken.
2022.
That was taken. No. It was sometime in 2023. After the owner had moved out, after the closing, the owner had moved out, and the problems had developed of people delivering cars to the place and leaving them. Current owner not having any information about who that longtime customers had, you know, police had to be called, owner identified, notified, you know, please come and get your car, et cetera, et cetera. We believe, and it's our position, that the city's notice of abandonment and abatement does not constitute adequate notice. There was no prior notice of violation or an opportunity the city had. Under the city's application of the ordinance, the instant a non-conforming sign is removed, taken to the logical conclusion, literally, sign company could come and take down a sign or remove the trademarked or intellectually property protected information that's on a sign. When one tenant moves, literally that very moment, as soon as that comes off under the ordinance, that sign could be deemed abandoned and could be ordered to be removed. And that's not the intent of the code. That's not a just result. It's not a logical result, and it constitutes an arbitrary action. City's notice of abandonment order to abate provided the owner no opportunity to cure the alleged violation, and asserts that no opportunity to cure is required. Rather, according to the city's interpretation of the procedure, the instant a non-conforming sign is blank, then the sign has lost its status as a legal non-conforming use and becomes an illegal use. The notice is simply a notice to remove the sign within 30 days or face fines, confiscation, or even prosecution. Tutera at every stage, owner Tutera, through its subsidiary at every stage, has taken part in responsible and common sense practices with regard to its sign. Tutera is marketing the property, and new tenant signage upon the execution of a lease will be installed on the sign at the time of its occupancy. Meantime, Tutera is ensuring the sign remains in good condition, structural condition, repair, etc. And to penalize Tutera when Tutera has only acted reasonably and responsibly is unconscionable. The city provides no proper procedure. And in fact, if you look at the notice,
Mr. Anderson, are you wrapping up because you're out of time?
yes.
Okay,
Close.
all right, thanks.
Close. The notice says it's found in disrepair or advertising a business without any further inquiry. There's no statement of what is the disrepair, how can it be cured, what is the issue? It's just an arbitrary decision of a community engagement officer that says, I don't like it. You know, it's not clear what the standards are. And the notice of abandonment cites a factually false, states that it's deemed to be abandoned. As I told you, under Missouri law, abandonment requires intent. It requires act to demonstrate abandonment. And this is a commercial property owner and landlord. Their intent is to lease.
Mr. Anderson, wouldn't the non-conforming use, if there is one, of the property be the actual use of the property, not the sign, which is just an incidental
No, ma'am. It's
accessory use?
It's the site and the basis for the city's action is under the sign code.
Right, but you think there's case law in Missouri that says an incidental sign to a primary use can have its own legal non-conforming status?
Yes, the
I've
building.
never seen that
The
case.
building is not a non-conforming use.
But I've never seen the case where a sign was a non-conforming use, if it's just incidental to the primary use of the property.
It is the non-conforming use because subsequent code amendments from the time of the erection of the sign have eliminated the availability of that type of sign. So it's grandfathered under our prior codes. In fact, prior codes provided some opportunity of notice and an opportunity to cure. And in fact, the very section cited by the city and other sections provides a similar notice, but in section 88-445, 15-6 doesn't provide such an opportunity. So, and also despite numerous instances throughout the development and zoning code, providing notice and opportunity to cure alleged violations is present in many sections, including the sign ordinance. But none is present in this particular section, 445-15C6. Strict application of 88-445-15-6 results in absurd outcomes and deprivation of vested property rights in the ownership and use of a sign that's a non-conforming use. As I mentioned earlier, taken to under its plain language and taken to its logical conclusion, you could never replace a tenant, replace the tenant's signage on that. A new tenant have time to design, design, construct, whatever the case may be, have printed, create the necessary inserts for the sign and put them up because under the code, it's instantaneous, and that's not responsible. It's the inability of the landlord or new tenant to replace the existing sign panels on a non-conforming sign. By strict application of its language, it also creates impossible performance because you can't move one out. Any of you that are involved in the real estate business, you understand there's a time lapse between when one tenant moves out, the readying of the building, and a new tenant moving in. And so it creates an impossibility of performance. Either it's the instant the old tenant moves out and there's still a sign there, it's in violation. if it's replaced or taken down and made blank, complying with the advertising of business in operation there it's a violation.
Okay, I think we understand your argument. Could you wrap it up?
Sure.
Because we have.
For these reasons, we request the board to sustain our appeal, overturn the notice of abandonment, and order to abate.
Yes. sir.
Question?
Sure.
You know, I have 3 of these signs on commercial properties, and what, by law, when a tenant leaves, you have to change them. I just turn them around. I have a sign come out and turn them around. That's in the state. Because they're car dealerships, the state's involved. City just wants no name on them. So you just turn them around, vacant sign, and everybody's happy.
But under that application, and by doing that in this instance, that is deemed an abandonment under the code. Even though you're improving, if we can find the other, if you can find 12. There. I mean, we went from this pro brake and muffler and a mess and a bunch of inserted letters to exactly what you just said, which is blank panel holding it for the next tenant's use upon the execution of a lease. And you can also see there's a leasing sign there. Now, under this application, we could have paid a tagger to go up there with a can of spray paint and painted for lease on that black sign. And I guess that would satisfy the code.
It wouldn't. A for lease sign will not satisfy the code. Has to be advertising an active business on that site.
Or vacant.
When it's being marketed for, I mean, it's.
My understanding of the reason for these provisions in the code is that when you look at the picture of Warnell and all the pole signs and the mess that's on Warnell, they wanted businesses to eventually take these pole signs down and put a conforming sign on the property. And, you know, it may be harsh because you're going to have to go to the expense of putting a new sign on there, but it's just an incidental use to the primary use that you're leasing it for. That's my understanding of the council's intent in providing these sometimes harsh requirements. And I don't see that this is a non-conforming use. I mean, maybe a billboard, which is the only use of the property, might be a non-conforming use, but this is just incidental to the primary use of the property. I don't think you have non-conforming use.
That's not what they've cited in their notice. I mean, specific provision or the specific basis for the violation is the non-conforming on-site commercial advertising pole sign at this location was found in disrepair and or advertising business activity or available at the property.
Well, it's a non-conforming sign, but that doesn't mean it's a legally non-conforming use of the property. The sign isn't the use of the property.
No, but the sign is the non-conforming element. Because those signs, while previously allowed, are no longer allowed under the current code. Therefore, it's grandfathered and it's a legal non-conforming.
Yeah, I think we've got pretty good precedent on these pole sign cases, that basically if a notice of violation was sent and there's proof of it, which has been decided here, that it's you know, it's got to be taken down. And you know, it might suck, but that's the code. And as a body, we're supposed to enforce the code and not make the code. So I'm just one board member, but that's my opinion.
To lose a lot of investors if we.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's got to be a time frame that's given to, I get it. I understand how the code's written, but it takes time. You know, it takes time.
Business being slow.
Well, there's also no standards in that regard. There's nothing that an owner can rely on in order, you know, you can't, we can't decide, a client can market the property for sale, can advertise for sale, for lease, can do whatever is necessary to improve the property, and it sounds to enhance that lease, but we can't force anyone to lease until the time is right, until the negotiation is right and there's an agreed upon lease agreement. And as soon as that happens, then someone will do it. The other problem on Warnell Road is because of the proximity of all the businesses, not just this building, but all the businesses on. Very difficult to meet side and front setbacks to do anything. And so unfortunately, this street is a very old street, developed a very long time ago. And unless we start putting businesses out of business along Warnell, now, I would say that if something came along, let's say, and this site were redeveloped with a new building or with a new plan, then clearly that would eliminate their ability to have a non-conforming sign. And in fact, this very landlord owner is also the owner of Warnell Plaza, where the Price Chopper is at 84th and Warnell, between 84th and 85th and Warnell. And when that property was redeveloped, those signs were removed and a monument sign was put in, all in compliance with the code. And that's exactly what will happen here if redevelopment occurs. But at this point in time, there's no redevelopment, and so we're asking that the sign be allowed to remain, and that the other thing I mentioned is under Missouri law, it's a property right, and you can't deprive them of a property right under a new code. You can't legislate them out of a vested property right.
Mr. Undersea, I might be a little more sympathetic to that argument, except it appears to me that this sign has been not advertising our current business on the property for at least a year. And even if it was a non-conforming use, once that year passes, the right goes away. So, and it's your burden to prove, you said you don't know exactly when, but it's your burden to prove because it's your appeal. So.
Well, the sign was, to tell you the truth, do we know when your photograph, because we used your photograph of the existing sign.
The
I just-
photograph from my presentation was taken from the investigation, which would have happened at the date stated in
January 4th.
the staff report. However, we can also admit this image from Google Street View, which is from November of 2022, which shows the pole sign to be vacant.
Okay, so that will be exhibit
12.
12. Exhibit 12 is admitted.
I think, well,
We're talking about 14 months in the cleanup and marketing of the property for lease.
You know, I understand your arguments. It sounds like they're good arguments to make to the city council to change the code, but we just enforce the code. That's our only role. We don't change the code. We don't overrule the code. We only have the power to enforce the code. So.
But you also have the power to set aside an arbitrary and possible reform. Logical conclusion. This application of the code creates a possibility of performance by a landlord in one tenant and replacing the tenant with another.
If it was just a month, but it's been 15 months. Oh, March.
November, 14 months.
He was remodeling.
Pardon me?
Time there to remodel too. I have a question, okay?
Sure.
We have the authority to give him like till June the 30th, and then if tenants are business is starting to pick up.
It'd be overruling the requirements of the code. I don't think we have the.
Well, one
authority.
alternative would be this. I always like to try to come with an alternative. One alternative would be to continue this case for a period of 90 days allow us to apply again through this for a certificate of non-conforming use. Now, you might say that's futile, but we may be able to with cities. What their expectations are. And then if that's denied, it can be taken right back up at the same time with.
Mr. Daddy, do you have a comment on that?
Can you speak into the microphone?
Pull the
Oh,
microphone
pull the
down.
microphone down.
We've pursued this previously, and it is determined that a sign is not a non-conforming use. As you state, is it an incident? Property.
And I'd have to ask, what is the non-conforming use? And
I make a clarification. So the use and the sign are separate things. We have non-conforming use standards, and there's also non-conforming sign standards in the code as presented. What a property owner can do to maintain a non-conforming sign is clearly listed. And once it's deemed abandoned, it's blank, it's advertising a business that's on the site, that's when it's lost its non-conforming status as a sign.
And the way the code's written, there's no time frame, so it's immediate.
No, the
Well,
city council did not incorporate that into the
It's
code.
immediate as of the notice of violation,
Correct.
which is, if the city doesn't notice it for a year and doesn't, which it sounds like was the case, and doesn't send out a notice in that time, then they have all that time to fix it. But as soon as the notice is sent, it's a done deal.
Usually the notice is sent because somebody's complained about it.
All of our cases are complaint generated.
cities notice sites non-conforming, not properties.
Okay, we understand your argument, Mr.
Non-conforming.
Entrisy, but we've got to move on.
I understand.
Okay, all right. Does anyone have a motion?
I would like. the
Case
opportunity
number
to
or docket
explore
number
further.
10,
I'm
sorry, docket number 10, case number 202408. I move that we deny the request to appeal the zoning violation. The staff did not err per staff report.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Torrance. Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Meyer.
Nay.
The motion is upheld.
Motion's granted. Thank you, Mr. Entrisy. The motion is granted to deny the appeal.
Thank you. Thanks for extra time.
Excuse me. Thank you.
I thought I was something out of the James Fenimore Cooper novel, but I see there's other things.
Tough one.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting all day.
That's all right. Would I get paid?
Go by either spot. Come on.
No.
It is now.
Are you sure? Okay.
It was a joke. Oh, are we
Okay.
back?
There he is.
We doing a break or we?
So we're on 12 now.
We are on 12 now. We have docket item 12. This is case CD BZA 2024-7 for 3101 Troost Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the outdoor lighting standards to meet the International Building Code standards, plus any other necessary variances on about 0.1 acres, generally located at 3101 Troost Avenue. The applicant is online. It's a reminder for anyone else a part of the applicant team or anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on 3101 Troost Avenue to please raise their hand now or approach the microphone so we can admit you into the public hearing. Seeing none.
So do we have anybody out there?
We have Elvis, he's online.
Great.
He's the applicant.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Sorry for the delay. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Where'd he go?
I'm right here.
Oh, thank you. There you
Yep.
go. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Elvis Acapul.
Perfect, Elvis. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your hearing today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Great. One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie, and she's going to tell us about the case.
Docket item 12, CDBCA 2024-7, located on 3101 Troost Avenue, zone B4-5 and in the Troost overlay. The applicant is seeking to approve a variance to the outdoor lighting standards to meet International Building Code standards, plus any other needed variances. So the property is located right here in the middle of the city. So highlighted in yellow on Troost and 31st is the subject site. This is what the building looks like. They are stations. This is a rendering of the lighting. Highlighted is the number of foot candles that it will shown on the street. Is more zoomed in on the north side and the west side of the lot. So the variance request is a variance to the permitted maximum spillover light along the property line of the subject site. So the variance is a range of max 20.6 to a minimum of 0.1 foot candles. The code allows up to 1 foot candle. So a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Excessive light pollution may affect neighboring properties. However, high-intensity commercial areas are more prone to light pollution, plus multiple buildings in the area are built up to the property line. Difficulty cannot be obviated by change in design due to the building being built up to the property line, making it difficult to provide adequate lighting that meets the International Building Code. So as you can see, it's built up to the property line. So in some areas, it goes from 1.1 foot candles to 21.6 foot candle. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Do any board members have questions of Stephanie or city staff? Hearing none.
Sorry, Stephanie, what was the city rules on how much you can have?
1 foot candle of spillover.
All right, Mr. Elvis, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Sure. So the way the zone requirement is written requires us to have a maximum of 1 foot candle spilling over onto the right of way. The International Building Code requires a minimum of 1 foot candle of illumination at paths of egress. And so where we have our exits from the building, and which are the 3 locations that were shown highlighted on our illumination plan, we can't help but have more than 1 foot candle of light spilling over, just given normal, output of these lights that we have on the outside of the building. And so that's why when we were working with the planning department for a building permit, this is a condition that was put on there to get a variance approved to allow for this. One thing I will also sort of mention is in that site plan, the building is very close to the property line, but the property line is shown as a bold line on the plan. So the actual high range of the foot candle spilling out onto public property is closer to about 11.9 is the largest number that I'm seeing here. It's true that we have more than that, but that's on private entry stoops and things like that. And then one other thing that I also want to mention too is that our illumination plan only accounts for the output of the project itself. But in reality, we're right up against a max stop on Troost, and there's light poles around the area. So I think that the actual effect of the illumination on our building is going to be pretty negligible when you consider the light that's output on site right now.
All right. I'll make a brief comment. I also agree with these new LED streetlights. They are very, very bright. And I'm a fan of more light, not less. So it seems like these architectural lights that you're putting in are both attractive and seem to do the job, but I'm not sure the street lights might overwhelm your lights. So that's just my comment.
Does staff have any comment in response to what I mean, he said the existing lights will probably overwhelm it anyway. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, so this area is already commercial, so there's already other light there, so it wouldn't really look super bright, just one bright building on the block. There's other, well,
I think the only time I would really be super concerned with bright, I wouldn't want lights blasting in my home, but I don't see that here. I see a lot of commercial businesses here.
Good.
I can make a motion.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wright.
Oh,
What are you doing over there?
Yeah.
You were looking at me like, oh.
Docket number 12, case number 2024-07. I want a motion that we approve the variance for the outdoor lighting per staff report.
Perfect. Second, anybody?
From-
Oh, I'm sorry. Did
second.
you say second? Thanks, Mr. Gorns.
Okay, Gorence,
Hi.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Debbitts.
Hi. Good luck with your project, sir. Thanks.
Thank
Elvis,
you.
you can now leave the building.
All right.
Sorry.
I guess that all the time.
I'm sure that'll okay.
Let me find, what case are you on, sir? Okay, I'd like to move you up only because you've waited here all day. So let's bring you up. Anna, please call case number 17.
This is docket item 17, case CD BZA 2024-6
Sure.
for 8170 Northwest Prairie View Road. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to a non-conforming sign on about 0.8 acres, generally located at 8170 Northwest Prairie View Road. Per the memo attached to this case, this appeal case was filed untimely due to the filing standards for an appeal case, which is 15 days. So procedurally, this meeting is to determine if the BZA wants to grant a full hearing of this case.
Understood. Is there anyone else in the audience on this case, Miss Anna, that you see?
Yeah, this is a reminder for anyone else who is online to please raise your hand now if you would like to provide public testimony on 8170 Northwest Prairie View Road. Seeing none.
Okay, great.
How late was the appeal?
It was filed 8 days late.
Eight.
Eight.
So, are you Mr. Zarda?
I am.
Okay, thank you. See here. So really, there's no staff report per se. We're just wanting to know if we should hear the whole thing. So let me see here.
Can probably provide some information that would.
Sure,
Oh.
please do.
So I'm here representing HSF Kansas City Investors LLC, and 2 notices were sent, a notice on November 16th and a notice on December 15th. I don't know where the city got those addresses from, but they were not addresses associated with my client. He never received those notices. And the best I can gather is they're maybe taken from a Google search. The address of record was verified by my client on August 30th with the city to confirm that they had the correct notice address with him well before these were sent. I have email correspondence that should be an exhibit with him corresponding with the city, verifying that they had correct notice address. He tends to cross his T's and dot his I's to an extreme extent, and I'm thankful for that in this case, because just to make sure that all of the addresses were correct, he had checked the county, he had checked with the city, just because he had had a tenant turnover and wanted to make sure that all correspondence was going to him. And this correspondence did not go to the tenant, it did not go to him, it went to two unknown addresses. So that's why we did not respond in time. And the only way we became aware of the notices at all was I proceeded to have a phone call with the city staff, and was told on that phone call on January 3rd that notices had been sent and requested copies of them. And we received them on that date, and then proceeded to file our appeal.
What was the pole sign describing, sir?
What was the pole sign describing?
Yeah, is that why we're here?
That's
It's a pole
no,
sign.
so that, I mean, I'm happy to discuss that if you'd like, but today is just my understanding is today is just to discuss whether we can discuss the merits of that.
Right.
And us have the chance to defend that since our appeal was out of time.
So it looks like according to the notice, it was sent to 8170 Northwest Prairie View Road. What's the correct address?
Which notice?
Looking at, oh, this is the notice of hearing, so maybe that's not
There's.
where were the notices sent?
The
And where were
first
they supposed to
notice
be
on
sent?
November 16th was sent to Howard Freeberg, which is the principal of the company, but this is not his address, to 10929 Boca Woods Lane, Boca Raton, Florida. He's never been associated with that address. The December 15th, 2023 notice was sent to Howard Freeberg at 11-17 Plymouth Drive, Fairlawn, New Jersey, 07410. That was a property that he owned with his wife in 2008, hasn't lived in or been associated with since 2008.
What's his correct address?
His correct address is 304 Main Avenue, Suite 409, Norwalk, Connecticut, 06851. And that address was given to the city, submitted to the city, verified by the city, that was updated. He even took a screenshot and sent it to me to say, I've updated my address with the city, here it is. And so I have that, if that's helpful. I think should be in the exhibits, but like I said, he's very thorough, making sure that he complies with things. And so as a result of that, I happen to have a lot of detail about his addresses being updated well before we knew there was a notice that would be sent. So.
Anna, do we have that in the exhibit?
The two notices that were sent are in the staff memo with the addresses that Mr. Zarda stated.
And did he send us the correct address before we sent these notices out?
Have you been listening into that part, and I stepped away for a brief bit? The question right now is why the two notices that were sent to the addresses listed on the notices versus their updated address.
On the deed? Well, these addresses aren't on the deed, but I would also suggest that that's a really bad way to send notices, because
Municipal
people.
court recognizes the deed as the document that we will use. Addresses, the judge. Up to the owners to update their deeds to.
People don't update deeds. They record the deed when they purchase property, and they put their current address at the time they purchase property to verify their identity, not to verify for mailing 10 years potentially later after they purchase the property. I don't feel like that's, but regardless, that's not the address that was in the
Order.
deed either.
Did he live at this address?
No, this is a business address. No, I don't know where the Florida address came from.
Could you clarify what you sent to staff to update you? I'm not.
Yeah, it should be in the exhibits, but I don't know, these exhibits weren't numbered on my end, so I can pass this around. Okay. There's an email, dated August 30th, so my client contacted the city and, was unable to get help through a phone call, so he emailed, and a work order was opened through my KCMO, submitted on August 25th. Nathan Klein responded and addressed the team saying, please help Mr. Friedberg update his address. They then confirmed that the address was updated on August 30th. He confirmed, like I mentioned, he also took a screenshot of the updated address on the city website. Showing that his address had been correctly updated for his parcel.
Do we have those documents he's referring to as part of the record?
Correct.
And just one board member, but I feel like they tried to update the address and it didn't happen.
It actually was updated. They just didn't use it. I don't know why.
And it sounds like we're responding to court requirements and maybe we should send it to both but
Yes.
In the clear report.
Hi, apologies for interrupting. This is the court reporter. Could you please speak into the microphone, Mr. Deddy?
I apologize. There is a system that we use for obtaining information and identifiers called CLEAR. In the CLEAR report, this address was given as the address for the property owner.
I think there's two issues. One, the property owner is not Mr. Friedberg, it's his LLC. Two, I don't know why you would be using a secondary source for addresses when the city has an address on file. And why that would override whatever's been updated with the city. I don't know how we're supposed to comply with updating in other unknown sources the city might use to pull addresses.
I understand what staff's saying, but in my mind, I'm just one board member. I think the applicants presented sufficient evidence to justify the 8-day late appeal.
I would tend to agree with you, Ms. Moran, on that issue.
And so Anna, if we grant this waiver essentially of the 15-day requirement, is the case going to be heard today or will the case be rescheduled?
Next month.
Next month, okay. Yes, I'd like to move on docket item number 17, case number 2024-6, that we grant the applicant's request to allow this appeal to go forward despite it being not made within the 15-day requirement.
I have a motion from Ms. Moran and a second from Mr. Gorence. Anna?
Continue to 4/9.
August 9, or excuse me, April 9, yes.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Mr. Zarda, we'll see you next month.
All right, look forward to it. Thank you.
Related to the Zorda family with Shawnee and barbecue and.
I am, yeah. I don't get any discounts on the barbecue
They
though,
don't get
so
them.
I know there's too many of
Not
them.
even free. Can you give us a coupon?
I remember Lily's art, that's what I
Yeah.
remember. So-
Uh-huh.
Oh, it is, yeah. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, docket item 13. This is case CD BZA 2024-15 for 2804 Blue Ridge Boulevard. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to the storage of commercial vehicles and gravel parking on about 5 acres generally located at 2804 Blue Ridge Boulevard. This appeal case was filed late, so procedurally, as we just did, we are discussing whether or not this case should receive a full hearing, despite those requirements in 88-57503B. Memo for this case was attached to Compass KC. If you are the property owner or applicant, please raise your hand now. And we also have one person identified for public testimony. So Tim Gates is the applicant.
He online? Is he coming?
Correct. They're both online. And then Becky Hart is the public testimony. Becky, you're gonna have to accept the promotion.
Hello?
Hi there. Are you Mr.
I'm
Gates?
Tim Gates, yes.
Okay, Mr. Gates, give me a second here.
Okay.
Miss Hart, can you turn on your microphone and camera?
They declined the promotion.
All right.
One second.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we can continue. I'll try to get her on.
Okay, we'll sign her back in. Mr. Gates, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Tim Gates.
Thank you, sir. Don't do the administrative exhibits, do we?
And Olafu wasn't sworn
Oh,
in
yeah, I'm
either.
sorry, Olafu. Please, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
Olafu Agbaji.
All right. So we are here today.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Becky, are you part of this case today for 2804 Blue Ridge?
Definitely so.
Okay, please, do you have a camera?
I don't even know how to look for the camera.
Okay, we just raise your right hand and say, and I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes,
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
it's Becky Hart.
Thank you, Miss Hart. Are you here
And
in
it's
support or opposition?
opposition. It's very important.
Wait, Becky, it's not your turn
yes.
yet. Becky, not your turn yet. Sorry, I'll call you when it's ready.
No, what I need to tell you to slow down in talking and speak loud enough.
Oh, okay, I will talk slower and louder, but at this time, it's not your turn, but we'll get to you in just a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, just for reference, this is an ADA related accommodation for slower presentation and discussion.
Okay, thank you. Did we admit the exhibits? Talk about the case. All right. Olafu, tell us about this issue, please.
Anna can go ahead and present. It's similar to the one you just heard, so.
Okay.
Yeah, for additional clarity, this appeal was filed late. It was filed 16 days late. So at this time, we are just discussing whether or not they should receive a full hearing. And the applicant can, provide their response as to why they think they should still be heard despite 88-575.
Okay, thank you. Olafu?
No, Tim.
Oh, you want to do
Gates,
Tim?
Yeah.
Okay.
The applicant should be saying why he should be heard.
Tim, Mr. Gates, tell us why you should be heard today, sir.
Well, we should be heard because we were late filing. But once we'd received the violations, we had contacted planning staff to set a meeting because we'd already been working with planning staff. And planning staff wanted to incorporate the codes inspector. So we tried with a first date that was sooner. I'm not sure who on the rescheduled again. We all met, and at that meeting was informed that we needed to go ahead and file the request for hearing, that we are working with planning staff, and that was the reason we were late.
So to be sure, Mr. Gates, you don't deny receiving the notice of violation.
We do not deny. Received notice. The owner of the property asked me, he was kind of confused as why he was getting it, that we were already working with planning staff, didn't separate the two issues, planning versus codes. So that's why we instigated trying to get a meeting set up, get clarity and so on.
I can provide more clarity on that. Once they received the violation, they did set up a meeting. This is related to a prior application for rezoning that was denied by City Plan Commission. I want to say October 17th of last year. And following that, during that rezoning process, we discovered those violations, and those violations were then made known and they were cited for those violations. Once they received that, they came and met with planning staff, after which they are proposing a rezoning down the road. But following the meeting, they did allow the zoning staff to go and actually take picture and let them on the site, which was after the 15 days. So they're in the process of filing for a rezoning. That's an updated rezoning from the one that was denied. We're still working on that. And for your information, there is a companion violation that is coming. They were filed almost the same day, but they were late in paying the fee because they assumed that because the property are kind of contiguous, that one fee was going to suffice. And eventually staff made a determination that because they were cited separately, individual addresses, that will be coming for this same process to see if you want to hear them before you at the next meeting. Companion 2 lots, and they will become. Our request is to see if you want to hear them while we work towards
So Olafu, you are working with the Mr. Gates and others in trying to resolve their violations.
correct.
Okay.
Would it make sense to just continue this for a couple months?
The first process is to see if you want to waive the late filing, which you're going to do for this, and then you would do it for the next case, after which we would then address the continuance. So if you agree to let them proceed with the case, then they will be asking for a to allow them to apply down the road.
Yeah, I'm always in favor of, allowing staff to meet with applicants and work things out. So if that's what we need to do to allow that process to go forward, it would make sense to me to.
Ms. Harge, I would
Yes.
like for you to come back online and tell us your concerns on this matter.
Okay, I'm online. You don't see me online?
We can hear you quite well.
Okay. Well, I first called to see about continuing it because I haven't talked to the neighbors. But when I found out what was going on, it had to do with them having a business inside the neighborhood, which you are not allowed to have in this neighborhood. And there was quite a bit of equipment. I mean, a lot of equipment. And they were talking about building a barn, but they're going to have to build a pretty big sized barn to put all this equipment in. Give me a moment. I just lost my breath. You have to put all this equipment in. I think it was like close to 20 different items that I had counted. There's pictures in the file of the zoning. Mr. O said that they had pictures with the inspectors. They had driven me through the whole property and stuff, which I had really appreciated it. But having a business inside this neighborhood is we've had to turn other people down because of it. And this is a much bigger operation.
So, Ms. Hart, Becky, I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment because of the lateness of the hour. Your concerns have to do with the next case next month when they try to get a variance to allow them to do these things. So your comments are appreciated today, but they're not privy to this particular request that they're coming before us right now. So we're not granting them, allowing them to park their vehicles. We're not doing anything. We're just allowing a violation to kind of go in the background till next month, ma'am.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, to clarify that this is an appeal case and what Olafu is working on is a rezoning MPD plan that would attempt to address the zoning violations.
Right. So again, Ms. Hart, just kind of keep your eyes peeled around that property. Sometimes they will post a sign about a future hearing with a contact number, and you can kind of be part of that communication, ma'am.
When that happens, can you go ahead and send me a notice? I have transportation problems. And so I don't get out like I used to.
Right. Mr. Olafu will be glad to do that.
Okay.
And I think he has your contact details. He's shaking his
Right.
head yes. So he'll send those out to you, ma'am. And again, I want to thank you for coming before us today and telling us your concerns.
Well, I was concerned about, neighbors not, not being able to meet with the neighbors. So I was trying to read more about what's actually going on, and I had hard time understanding it all.
Right.
But Mr. O helped me a lot, and
He's a great man, and he can continue to help you. So thank you so much.
And Hannah also helped try to, but with my disabilities issues, I have a problem with that sometimes. So
all right.
it
Well, thank
takes
you
me a little bit.
Thank you so much and have a great afternoon. Thank you.
On docket item number 13, I move that we grant the applicant's request to waive the 15-day requirement for the notice of appeal and therefore continue this matter to whenever.
We're gonna do September 10th.
Continue it to September 10th?
That would give the applicant enough time to file for the MPD that Olafu was referring to.
Okay. That's my motion.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Fees here forward. Give them any more fees, they send any more, or just stop it.
That for the notice of violation, no, the continuance stays the enforcement of the zoning code, so they'll be allowed to continue their operation until.
Second from Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll.
Okay, Gorentz.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. 4 ayes, 1 nay, right?
Yep, 4. Okay. So it's
Thank you very much.
3:30, Mr. Chair. You said a hard stop at
3:45.
3:45.
Do you think we've got one case that won't take more than 15?
We heard that before.
Thank you.
Hi, Becky.
Bye-bye.
So, I don't know, you want to stop? Stop.
That's-
I want to do kids. Want one more? Or are we done?
We got three more,
I know.
so,
I'm not doing three more.
right,
do
but
one.
I just didn't do at least one.
Yeah, let's do one.
That to me all the time.
Mine does that at home.
I think
Hold on just for a second when I look at something here. Let's do number 15. Is Steve Wagner there?
He actually is not able to be present, so we're gonna have to continue.
What
that.
about this number 5 that we keep passing on? No?
He's not online either.
Okay. So,
maybe 18?
yeah, sure, why not? Connor, where you at? You okay with 18? Okay, that'll be our last one.
And then we're gonna continue the rest of them to,
Either Friday or next month.
great, he's online. Okay, calling docket item 18. We have CD BZA 2023-176 for 3201 Northwest 100th Street. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum size of a monument sign, plus any additional variances on about 118.25 acres, generally located at 3201 Northwest 100th Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. We have the applicant online. His name is Adam. This is a reminder for anyone who is online or in the chambers, to make themselves known now so we can admit you into the public hearing. Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So who do we have? Matthew? Is that who we have?
Adam.
Adam Bendrick, which is part of Matthew's team.
Okay, thank you. Adam,
Yeah.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do. And we were going to have
Wait,
the
hold on. You got to state your name for the court reporter.
Oh, sorry. Adam Bendrick, and I do.
Okay, thank you.
And then I just wanted to clarify, we're going to have the owner hop on of Ashler Homes. But since it was nearing 3:45, he hopped off because we assumed we weren't going to get heard today. Would you give me a moment to call him and see if he can hop on, or?
I'll give you about 1 minute.
Okay. Give me 1 minute and I'll see what I can do. Thank you so much.
Go get my water bottle.
Other than there's just one appeal left that could possibly be heard Friday, is it? Where I'm,
There's only one appeal left on the docket, but it's a filed appeal discussion again.
if we have the hearing Friday, it would just be that one.
I think the board could also move to hear the other two that have been continued,
That number 5.
5 and 15, 5,
Those aren't
14, and
appeals.
15.
I thought you just did appeals on.
So that's what we created them for,
Okay.
the overflow meeting, but again, it's up to the board.
Okay.
We good?
I think I can take it. I'll shoot the owner a text real quick, but I think we're good to go.
All right. Sir, there is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 as part of your presentation. Do you give us your permission to admit those for your case?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And one of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin.
Okay, so the same thing as one of the earlier cases, the issue with the staff report, the previous month's staff report, there's been no changes. I also did want to make one clarification that in the staff report, it says the request is 94 square feet. That's incorrect. That's when I measured the base with the sign, it's actually 45 square feet, which I'll address in my presentation.
Okay, so we'll make note of that on if we do the motion for
Yes.
45 square feet. Thank you.
Okay, so for docket 18, we have CD BZA 2023-176 located at 3201 Northwest 100th Street. That is an MPD. The applicant is seeking a variance to the maximum size of a residential entrance sign plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is a look at the site itself. On the upper left-hand corner there, you have a look at where the sign is located way far back. And then you have the sign down below, and then in the upper right-hand corner, I believe, is some sort of landscaping, and it has a distance of 97 feet drawn there to show how far back this sign is set. A variance of 13 square feet to permit a sign face for a residential entrance sign at a size of 45 square feet on the subject site, which is a 40.6% increase. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty to be obviated through a change of design. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlin.
Does staff know why it needs to be set back that far? I assume that's the reason for the request.
Yeah, that's just what they've chosen to place it. I can let Adam speak a little more to why it was placed that far back.
Adam, why should we grant your request today?
Yeah, so the proposed sign, we're asking for a larger square foot for our sign, and that is because the adjacent public road to the Woodhaven development is a Line Creek Parkway, and parkways typically have a larger right-of-way, and our sign can't be placed within the right-of-way. So we had to place it outside of it. And part of the issue is that we're kind of building Line Creek Parkway in two phases, where the first phase will just be the road to the east, and it'll function as like a 2-lane road. But then we'll build out the rest of the parkway portion to the west 10, 15, 20 years from now. So that kind of creates a situation where the sign advertising our residential subdivision is much further away from the road than it would typically be in most cases. So that's kind of that is our hardship. So we're hoping that a somewhat larger square foot of sign, nothing too crazy, would kind of help us overcome that.
Is this a lighted sign, sir?
I believe it is. It should say on the sign plans that I believe are attached with our submittal. I can double check real quick.
What said you?
Says it's backlit.
Oh, backlit. Okay.
Backlit. Yep.
Right. Board members, any other questions? Doesn't seem like it's too far-fetched to request compared to others we've seen. Leave it to you.
Location just larger.
But not that much larger.
And kind of the lighting is allowed in a residential district, lighting of the monument sign.
It should be, yes.
When they get the sign permit is when they would prove that the lighting is.
Okay, so we're not
compliant with-
approving the lighting,
Mhm.
we're just approving.
Right, it's just the size of the sign
size of the
itself.
sign.
I want to go ahead and make a motion on docket 18.
Yes, Ms. Wright?
Case number 2023, 176. I motion that we approve the request for the variance per staff report
And site plan.
and site plan.
Thank you. And also, please note that it was for 45 square feet, not in the summary that said 96, right, Mr.
Right.
Tomlin?
Right.
Great. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Moran.
We've got Gorance, Brand.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Evans.
Aye. Your motion is approved, sir. Good luck with your project.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And with that, it's 3:45.
Got a question.
there wasn't a formal
What did I do wrong?
vote to continue.
Vote
Like we
to,
talked about it, but then
Oh,
everyone
to
didn't.
continue the-
Okay.
the-
about moving these,
3:14. Oh, yeah, 3:14 and 15.
okay, we're back on, sorry.
It's 5, you're right. We all think.
So,
Docket items 5, docket item 14 and 15.
so docket items 5, 14, and 15 will tentatively be heard this coming Friday. That is March 15th at 9 a.m.
Line.
Online only. Good?
Okay,
That's
Gorance,
the contact.
or we need a
Lawrence?
second. I'm so
Second.
sorry.
Well,
Second. Gorance,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
aye.
Okay.
So we're good?
Yeah.
So,
What is?
hey, before we all leave, who's on for Friday?
That's your
Okay.
first word.